Roll call.
Mayor Clonita Goodlay Hiron,
Present.
Councilor David G. Romero,
Present.
Councilor Barbara Casey,
Here.
Councilor Vincent Howell,
Here.
Councilor David A. Ulibarri Jr.
Here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Pledge allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilor Romero, will you do the moment of silence, please?
A moment of silence for all those that we've lost in our community the past week. Also for those that are traveling during this Thanksgiving holiday, back to and from wherever they may be going. And a moment of silence also for that we make the right decisions as we make decisions here for our community.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, the next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda with one change, and that is the eliminating the presentation by Leo Maestas on the mass casualty plan.
Okay. Could you explain to the council what happened?
The mass casualty plan, it requires approval of a resolution. The San Miguel County has approved the resolution, and it's the city of Las Vegas's turn to approve the mass casualty plan. What we had requested was a presentation prior to the approval of the plan itself, and so Leo Maestas will be bringing that to us back to us on the December meeting.
Okay. Thank you very much. What is the pleasure of the board, of the council?
Madam Mayor,
Councilor Casey.
I move approval of the agenda as amended.
Second. Second? Second. Roll call.
Councilor Ulibarri Jr.
Yes.
Councilor Casey,
Yes.
Councilor Romero,
Yes.
Councilor Howell.
Yes.
I have a motion by Councilor Casey, a second by Councilor Howell. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes for October the 10th and October 17th, 2018.
Councilor Casey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move approval of the minutes for the October 10th and the October 17th, 2018 minutes. And I did send in some corrections.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Councilor Howell,
Yes.
Councilor Romero,
Yes.
Councilor Casey,
Yes.
Councilor Ulibarri Jr.
Yes.
I have a motion by Councilor Casey, a second by Councilor Romero and Councilor Ulibarri Jr. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The next item is mayor's appointments and reports. Madam Mayor?
I want to wish, first of all, everyone here today a happy Thanksgiving, happy holidays. Be safe, enjoy your holidays. And that is for me and the council as well. I also want to thank each and every one of you who is here today to listen to the presentations, and those of you who have been here for the housing meeting. Thank you very much. I'm sure we're going to have some public input here today, and we look forward to that. And please enjoy your holidays and be safe. Also, I want to let the public know here today, and we had announced it previously, that there's going to be a half a day off tomorrow for the staff. And I too want to wish the staff a happy holidays and safe holidays as well. So thank you very much. Continue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The next item on the agenda is mayor's recognitions and proclamations.
Thank you very much. Today I have a lot of recognitions actually for the Las Vegas Outlaws, one, and I'm going to get to that in a minute. And then I also want to recognize that this year's Grand Marshal for the Electric Parade is going to be Gonzalo, our Grand Marshal, and our Junior Grand Marshal, which is the first time we've done this, is going to be Gabriel Serna, and he was here today, and they're going to be both seated, riding in the same platform. That's going to be exciting. I know he came in today, and it was quite remarkable to see his face light up, because he has so much admiration and respect for Gonzalo, so it's going to be an incredible moment, and it was today. So, and I also want to thank first Virginia and her assistant. Virginia, is she here? Thank you very much. I'm not going to steal her thunder, because she actually is the one that came up with the Junior Grand Marshal. Thank you very much for the incredible ideas and insights, marketing, and everything that you bring to this, to the city and to the community. You're doing an outstanding job, you and your staff. Thank you very much. Okay, now I want to recognize the Outlaws for an incredible season. And I also want to recognize and congratulate the coaches, Leroy Tafoya, Carlos Perea, and Gary Gallegos. And what I'm going to do, our city clerk, Rick, has the names, and I'm going to bring down the certificates, and I'm also going to give each and every one of you, and I want to give the council too, sorry, pin. Here we go. This is the new pins that we have, and it actually includes the Guaymas River in the pins, which is so important, vital to our livelihood here at the city of Las Vegas, and we redesigned it. We came up with this incredible pin, and I want to thank each and every one of you for participating in all of this as well. So let's go down here, and I'm going to give this. And I'll be calling you. Thank you very much for being here, each and every one of you. Congratulations again on an incredible season. I'm not going to say just Carlos, but each and every one of you do an outstanding job with this young men and young women. And someday you're going to be out even bigger and better athletes. So you might even make it to the pros someday. You know, always shoot for the stars, and I believe that anything is possible just believing yourself and believing each other as a team. It's very important. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Recognition for the Las Vegas Outlaws. Whereas the Las Vegas Outlaws youth football team is made up of boys from both East and West school districts, which includes, I'm going to go ahead and call your names and with your number and go ahead and come up. Which includes number 22, CJ Perea. Number 13, Ethan Tafoya. Number 55, Tony Rubin. Number 8, Daniel Bustamante. Number 11, Marcus Tapia. Number 63, Orlando Romero. Number 1, Patrick Rodriguez Jr. Number 33, Mark Balizan. Hope I pronounced that right. I guess he's out. Number 66, Isaiah Medina. And number 69, David Olivares. Number 65, John Andrew Salazar. Number 12, Jonathan Gonzalez. Number 3, Demario Gallegos. Number 84, Austin Perales. And number 77, Leandro Padilla. And I'll continue reading the recognition. And Coach Carlos Perea, Coach Leroy Tafoya, Coach Patrick Rodriguez, Coach Tony Rubin, Coach Andrew Salazar, and Coach Gary Gallegos. Whereas the Las Vegas Outlaws were established in 2013 and played in 2 competitive leagues, such as the Northern New Mexico Children's Football League and New Mexico American Youth Football League. And whereas the Las Vegas Outlaws finished with a record of 87-23 and also with 3 league championships, 1 runner-up, 2 top 3 league finishes, and 1 spring league runner-up in New Mexico American Youth Football League, making them the first team from Las Vegas to win the Youth State Championship in Albuquerque. And whereas the Las Vegas Outlaws had a top 3 finish in the national tournament and a runner-up at the American Youth Football League's Desert Pacific Regional Tournament, and whereas in the last 6 years, the Las Vegas Outlaws have had 30 players in the league as All-Stars, and 8 of those players are offense, defense, All-Americans. And now therefore be it resolved by Mayor Tonito Giron, Mayor of the City of Las Vegas, along with members of the governing body, hereby recognize the Las Vegas Outlaws youth football team for their dedication to the sport of football and for representing Las Vegas and the state of New Mexico. Great job, guys.
Well, squeezed in. Take a picture, I'm like.
You like the white? Hello, my girlfriend.
I'm going to get a picture with you. Hi, congratulations on your visa. How you doing? Congratulations. Dinner. How much do you think about reading? Time soon. Thank you for your dinner. Take a picture. It's hard to get here, huh? Oh, thank you. Thanks. Oh, that's right. No, actually, Dora, I should have bring you that for fun.
No. They know anymore.
Next item on the agenda, Madam Mayor, members of the council, is public input. And we have Mr. Jose Maestas on streets. Good evening,
Good
Mr.
evening,
Maestas.
Mr. Maestas. How are you?
Madam Mayor, thank you very much. City Council, thank you for these few minutes to address some thoughts that I have on some of the streets on our north end of our city. As you know that Williams Drive slopes south, and several streets that connect to 8th Street, Kane, Catalina, Coronado, all drain into 8th Street. Legion Park starts sloping at about Walmart parking lot and also drains to 8th Street. All of this river drainage enters into a flood canal that is located on the corner of 8th and Legion Drive. It is approximately 10 feet deep, and all this water runs unseen under Anderson and under Old National Road until it becomes visible on the south side of middle school property. At this point, it all is carried westward till it gets to middle school, and where it is expected to enter or go past Cinder Road in a culvert that is not designed to carry this much flood water. So all this water tends to flow south on Cinder Road, which one of the homes on Palo Verde has been, on the corner of Palo Verde and Cinder Road, has been flooded several times and is now abandoned. The street across the street from, or the home across the street from there, surrounds itself with sandbags whenever we have any accumulable amount of rain. And this drainage ditch that runs from Cinder Road that is expected to carry all this water to the river pretty much does not exist. I'm simply here to bring this information to the City Council. And thank you again for allowing me this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maestas.
Thank you, Mr. Maestas. That concludes our public input, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you
Members
very
of the
much.
council. The next one is presentations, and then we have a presentation by Mr. John Spencer on tree board update.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good evening, Mr. Spencer. How are you?
Good evening, Mr. Spencer. How are you?
Madam Mayor, council members, it's a pleasure to come back and talk to you again. I want to hand out just a little single sheet of paper to you. We're going to address three very important questions this evening. Who are we? What do we do? And why are we here tonight?
Thank you very much.
And the tree board is made up of a group of volunteers. We are the Utah City Committee. We serve at the pleasure of the mayor. And what we do is we advise the city on what we say planning, planting, and protecting the community forests. And we believe, the right people at the table. We'd like to have a few more if we can get that done. But I'd like to recognize the folks that are on the committee and give you a little acquaintance with their qualifications. We have members from New Mexico State Forestry, in particular Shannon Atencio and Miranda Vogel. And Shannon is the timber management operator at the State Forestry, or officer at State Forestry. We also have membership from the Tierra Montes Soil and Water Conservation District, and we're talking here about Francis Martinez and Gerald Romero. We also have partners with the New Mexico State University Forestry Research Station in Mora. And Ms. Tammy Parsons is on the committee representing them. And we also have with us tonight Elizabeth Gardner. She is an International Society for Arboriculture certified arborist, and she has completed a tree risk assessment qualification. And so she's especially capable tree person. She's also a master gardener. From the city, and I think he's back there in the back someplace, is Chris Rodarte, and he's appointed to the committee by Mayor Guerrero Giron. And we want to stop not just to say hey to Chris, but to his people. They have done a remarkable job. I think you probably heard me say for about, well, we figured out this is the 19th year we've become a tree city, and I've probably been saying that ever since we started. These guys have 38 locations to take care of, and there's 4 of them. And that makes it pretty hard for them to do anything but mow and pick up trash, but yet they do. And we have identified hazardous trees, and they are been very cooperative with us in taking those guys out. And so I just want to give them a little shout out, because they are shorthanded and they're still taking excellent care of our parks. We prioritize sites for planting and pruning where effluent water is available. It's not always the case, but we are really looking forward to getting into the South Pacific Park as soon as we can get effluent water over there. And that, when there's effluent water, it takes a little bit of the pressure off of the parks people. They don't have to go around with the water trailer and water everything individually. If we can set up systems, that is really pretty terrific. So we're thankful for Chris, and want to compliment him on a very, very good job. We also have a whole bunch of what we call interested citizens. And Tom Lamberth is one of those. He has commercial tree maintenance and pruning experience. Paul Stagner has retail nursery experience, and he's our liaison to the Guyanus River Collaborative. And Nancy Lippy, we wouldn't exist without Nancy Lippy. She is the longest-term member of the committee. She's our secretary, and anybody who works on committees knows what that means. She does all the work. And she prepares the Tree City application, which is a huge document, and she has to coordinate a whole bunch of stuff from all kinds of different people and get it put together. And so we're very happy that she's capable, that she did that. She also spent a whole lot of time preparing a list of trees, a species list we call it, of trees and shrubs that should survive here. And we have that available in case anybody's interested. Give us a call. We'll be glad to get you a copy of that list. And then there's me. I'm just a retired professor, a biology professor from Highlands. I think we really do have the right people at the table. We would like to increase our community involvement, and we hope that the mayor can appoint a community member from each to represent each ward on the committee. And if we could put a little bug in your ear, Madam Mayor, we'd like to have people with shovel and hoe experience. Okay. We've partnered with a whole bunch of folks. We've already mentioned the city. Maria Gilberry has been very good to us at the Utilities Department. Public Facilities, Chris Rodarte, we've already mentioned him. We also partner with the New Mexico State Forestry, Urban Forestry Program, NMDOT. We've represented at the Seed Exchange and the Guyanus River Project. We've been involved with all those things. The Downtown Revitalization Plan, we testified for that. And that's who we are. We think we've got good folks. We'd like to have a few more. But we're very happy with the membership. Second question is, what do we do? Well, I told you, we advise the city on tree-related issues, and we seek funding out from outside, and we try to get support for tree planting, for hazardous removal, and what we call remedial pruning. And we've been kind of sticking pretty much to parks. The street trees, I'll mention them in just a minute, but our advice is if you drive down 7th and 8th, don't look up. All right. But some of the parks that we worked in, Rodriguez, Plaza, Melody, Marujo, Keys, Hannah, Carnegie, South Pacific, Lion Park, Lincoln, and most recently in El Crestone Park. And we believe that we've made some progress with respect to parks. And we've got it, I think, between the match that the city provides and the grant money we've got a couple $100,000 worth of work over time. And the problem is for us that our street trees and most of the community forest, first of all, is made of Siberian elm. And it's been against the law to plant one in Albuquerque since about 1996. They are what are called noxious weeds. They're on the Class C noxious weed list. But they grow and they give us shade, and so we can't completely disrespect the Siberian elm. They have not very good branching structures. They're not real good at snow and wind load, but they do survive. And so we would like to remind the council that our community forests, in particular the street trees, are at or beyond their expected lifetimes. And what that basically means is we've got to begin to replant or underplant if we want our kids to have some shade. It's that simple. Other people did it for us, and I can give you chapter and verse for hours on why trees are good things, from property values to crime to just being a pretty place where you can sit, right? So we'd like to see replacement begun on the city forest. We do also help the city identify hazardous trees. And we do this by performing citywide street and park inventories. We've been doing this for about 20 years now. And our most recent grant will provide hardware and software to digitize our future inventories as soon as we can figure out how to run the things. And we got into that business because we participated in a state forestry project this year that was called the Historic Urban Forest Assessment. Went to all the county seats in New Mexico and looked at the condition of the forest in historic districts. We also do what we call the Great Thistle Massacre, and down on the Riverwalk, we go out, we whack out the noxious weed thistles, and we think it's one of our success stories. We're down to where it only takes us about an hour and a half now. At the beginning, it took about all day. We ended up with pickup trucks full of the things, and so we're doing a little bit better on that front. We also work on protecting the trees that we have. You may notice when you look around in the parks, you'll see this kind of black. It's not really a mesh, but basically what it does is protect the trees from weed eater damage, and so we try to install tree guards on unprotected trees. We support and provide training for city workers. We've done that for quite a while as well. We've used our grant funds to provide equipment, watering, trailer, pumps, hoses, those kind of things for tree maintenance. And finally, we provide advice and demonstrations to citizens on tree selection, planting, watering, pruning, tree maintenance, and that's one of our big functions. So that's kind of what we do. And I suspect most of you know why we're here tonight, but we're here to present an award to the city, which the city has earned over and over again for now 19 years. And the National Arbor Day Foundation has an award for what's called a Tree City USA. And basically what it means is the city just has to demonstrate that they care about the urban forest. To earn the award, the city must have a tree ordinance, which we do, have a tree committee, or we call ourselves the tree board, and the third thing they have to do is show financial support equal to $2 per person in the community for tree-related activities. And the final thing, Madam Mayor has helped us with, and that's proclaiming Arbor Day. And the Las Vegas Tree Board is one of the longest standing, and according to some people at least, one of the most active tree boards in the state of New Mexico. We celebrate Arbor Day by planting trees in our parks. And most recently, that's been at El Crestone Park. And we want to give special thanks again to Mayor Gurley-Heron for proclaiming Arbor Day on that occasion, and to Councilors Perea, Casey, and Howell for attending the event. Thank you very much. And this makes, I believe, the 19th flag. You have to figure out where to put it. But here it is. And yeah, let's this way up. Can we go up on this way? But this is the commemoration. It's 20 years in the making, and everybody in here has earned it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We're very proud of you. Is Chris still here? Hey, come on up here. Just one more second, one more little thing to do. One of the many wonderful things that comes with this award is a hat. And we would like to present it to the guy who does the work that we go around and say, Fred, look at that, there's a tree over there that was in trouble. And you take care of it. And he does. And thank you, sir. Finally, we'd like to wish a happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Yes.
And in particular to our supporters and our partners.
Can we just get one more?
We're thankful for you. And okay. And want to find out if there are any questions from the council, we'd be glad to try to answer. Oh, yeah, great, yeah. Okay, I'll just stay there.
John, may I make a correction?
You bet. This is
Las
Elizabeth
Vegas
Gardner. I was
is
talking
the
about her a little
first
earlier.
and oldest tree board in New Mexico, the very
Really?
first. This I found out from our New Mexico's urban forester, and when she asked us to present. This, and that is because of this lady right here.
That's right.
We are the first.
All right, well. Thanks for your attention. We'll see you next year, hopefully.
Maybe we'll start making capes out of these flags.
Thank you.
More stuff. Stickers, this other stuff. Those were the signs. There's somewhere there's this stuff.
Okay, thank you very much. Move on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The next item on the agenda is the city manager's report. We have a few issues that we would like to report to Madam Mayor and members of the council. The first one is on our new phone system, and we have Mr. Kenny Roybal.
Thank you very much.
Mine? Oh, yes, he
Good evening,
did.
Mr. Naval. How are you doing?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. Excuse me. I wasn't expecting percent, but we have gotten our new phone system installed. Saturday we did the cutover, worked on it Monday and Tuesday, finalizing some of the little quirks that we had. Right now everything is up and fully functional. There's a lot more features that we're going to roll out as it goes, but I didn't want to overwhelm staff, so we're doing it step by step. So far, I haven't had any major complaints about it. Everybody's pretty much liked what we've done so far. We fixed the problem with the work closed. The schedules have been fixed, all of that stuff. So even our holiday schedules, all of that stuff is already put in. Whenever the city is off, it'll switch over to the auto attendants. Same thing after hours. We kind of changed all the menus and stuff around a little bit, so it is going to be new to the public a little. All of our direct numbers are still the same. The published numbers, the one for solid waste, the one for utilities, the city hall, PD, all of them stayed the same. Just the menu options within the call routing has changed.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions? Thank you very much. Good job.
Thank you. The next person is Ms. Maria Gilberry, and she's going to be reporting. We had an issue with the water treatment plant this weekend, and so we've asked her to come up and do a short presentation on what the issues were, and how, as a matter of fact, she's been working since early Saturday morning. I think at 3:30 in the morning, she had her staff, her and her staff were all up there trying to take care of the issue. A couple of our filters failed on us, and so I'll turn that over to Ms. Gilberry.
Ms. Gilberry, thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors. Okay, so starting Saturday morning, we did have an incident, supply and production incident up at the water treatment plant. Let's see. So, quick overview is that we had a loss of supply, so we had limited production capacity. County residents were disproportionately affected because of the Camp Luna being one of the major areas that was impacted. The contributing conditions are that we currently have the 5 million gallon tank offline because the cabin site tank is being rehabilitated. And so that is our number one source of stored treated water, as well as pressure. We do currently have a 30,000 gallon supplemental tank that's used for pressure for now, but that is not enough to have dealt with this particular situation. The other two contributing factors are it was a trip circuit and demand. So it started off early Saturday morning with a 300 amp circuit tripping offline, which was for our filter building. Staff were immediately notified by alarm, and they did respond at actually 1:15 in the morning was when they were first notified. Staff did a quick assessment resulting in a shutdown of the plant so that it didn't get any worse. Since the filters were not filtering, they were actually in the existing condition and they weren't changing because there was no power to the filters or the processing system. So after we shut the plant down, there was a more thorough assessment done. That's when we determined that all the filters were in whatever the last command that had been given to the filtration system. So once we restored power, we were able to get 2 of the 4 filters back online, requiring the other 2 filters to be backwashed. One of them, filter number 3, we were able to determine we could backwash it. Filter number 4, we determined we were going to need a technician to assist us with that one. So we started the process, and just a little background on the filters. With 2 filters, we can produce approximately 800 gallons a minute. That's enough to meet demand during low flow. So not during dinner time, not during morning rush. We usually need about 3 filters at that point. So having only 2 filters online meant we could not meet demand. Plus the fact that water had been used that was already in the lines meant that we had demand plus empty lines, dry lines that we had to fill. So to be able to backwash, it requires water and water pressure. And since we had been sending all the water from the 2 filters to the town, we were unable to start a backwash. So I had the treatment plant isolated, which meant no water was going to town, and it was all being directed to get the plant back to at least 3 filters. Once we were able to restore the water, provide enough water in the tank to be able to perform the backwash, we started the backwash process, and we noticed that the commands still were not responding. The control tank and the clear well levels were adequate. The backwash pumps and the valves were responding, but our PRV did not appear to be responding, and our actuators did not appear to be responding, which meant we were not getting the volume of water. Even though it was available, we weren't getting it to the filters. This was about 10 o'clock at night now, after all of the troubleshooting, assessment, getting the 2 filters back online, continued troubleshooting. We called one of our local contractors, Randy Hayes, and he and his dad and another employee came out and assisted us. So with that contracting assistance, we were able to determine that it was either the PRV or a rotor-torque valve that we were having an issue with that was blocking the water from getting from the tank to the filter beds to backwash them. So we manually operated them. We were able to open all of the valves manually and then had one valve that we were able to control in hand that allowed the 3,000 gallons that we needed to be able to backwash one of the filters. So that ended at about 3 or 3:30 a.m. Sunday morning. We were able to get filter number 3 online. Filter number, I believe it was filter number 2, when this all started, was about 12 to 15 hours from needing a backwash. So at that point, we made a decision to go ahead and backwash that one as well. Again, to backwash it, we required a full tank, so we had to wait until we could fill the tank up again and repeat the same process, backwashing filter number 2. So by 9 a.m. Sunday morning, all 3 filters were backwashed and available for operation. Filter number 4 was still down, and we were not able to do anything with it. We needed a technician for that, and the technician showed up today and is currently working on assessing what actuators need to be replaced, what boards may have been damaged. It's all computer controlled electronics, programmable logics, and they are manually operated, but you have to be able to get to the valves to be able to manually operate them. So again, the results were we now had 3 filters online, backwash and operational by 9 a.m. Sunday morning. But again, same situation we were in before. Production needed to be used to meet current demand plus any demand that had been used up to that time, so we had to fill empty lines. Camp Luna tank, some of it was directed at Camp Luna tank to be able to add a little bit of water to there to be able to maintain what the customers needed. There are different zones, and all of the zones below Camp Luna were not impacted. The only one that was impacted was the zone from Camp Luna north up to the water treatment plant. So we took care of previous demand, current demand, filled the transmission lines, main lines, service lines, and by 4 a.m. Monday morning, everything was restored 100%. It took about 190 staff hours over a 48-hour period to follow through with the troubleshooting, the restoring of the system, the getting the water levels back to the proper levels, and also involved some isolating and venting of lines. So these were all the staff members that were involved. Big thanks to them. Without them, it wouldn't have been possible. So I'm very, very appreciative of all of these gentlemen who had different taskings that they needed to do, but every single one of them came out early in the morning, late at night, long hours, and I'm very, very appreciative of the hard work they put in. Mainly, this is an incident that we would have had the cabin site tank online, and no one would have ever even known. Filters go down, power systems go down, circuits trip, and we get them, and we fix them, and we get them back online. We didn't have the 5 million gallons to cover us, which normally would give us about 3 days to make most repairs. That is one of the possibilities that was always a potential when we took cabin site tank offline. But taking cabin site tank offline is a requirement. We needed to do it. We need to get it rehabilitated so that it's an adequate and highly in perfect condition, or in as best condition as we can have for a 40 to 50-year-old tank. So this is something that happens. P&M loses power, cell towers go down, water systems go down, computers
Still
fail,
very-
and it happens, and we try and get them back online as quick as we can. Yes,
You
ma'am.
did an outstanding job. You and
Thank
your
you.
staff did an outstanding job. I want to commend you, don't apologize. You did all you could under the circumstances. You said it already, things happen. So you moved forward, you resolved the problem. Thank you for doing what you did, and you did all you could, you and your entire staff. You took the emergency steps required. I think the only thing that we need to move forward with at this point in time is a plan for when it affects Luna or anyone that's outside the city limit. So I think that in the future, and this is your recommendation, I'm just repeating it, that you need to meet with the county and come up with a viable plan. So in the future, if this ever happens, hopefully it won't, because hopefully we'll be done with the cabin site in 4 to 6 weeks.
Yes, ma'am.
So if we survive the 4 to 6 weeks, then we should be okay. But just in case, have some discussions within those 4 to 6 weeks, so we do have a plan, and we can ensure that we have a backup plan to meet the needs of the people.
And in this case, we fully understand it was a tremendous impact to many people. Everybody is so comfortable. As a matter of fact, Camp Luna used to be on a pump system up there, and every time they lost power, they lost water. We switched them off the pump system to the gravity-fed system so that they would have less issues, and they have. They haven't had any electrical issues since we switched them over, and now we have one gravity issue, lack of water, and everybody gets comfortable with opening the faucet and there being water there. I can never guarantee that it's always going to be there because things happen, but we do what we can, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to end with this. Is it wasn't an emergency, it was an incident. It happens, things happen, and this is where we as a small community especially can step up and help each other. Family and friends, when you need something or you know somebody's in need, step up and help them. Let them come take a shower at your house. Let them use your water. The whole town was not out of water. A small portion of the town was out of water.
Exactly.
So I do appreciate those who did step up and help their families. They went to Walmart and purchased some water, or they allowed them to come over to their homes and take showers and wash their clothes and do whatever they needed to do for that 48 hours that we were in and out of water, in and out of pressure. I did put this up there that, obviously we all try and take care of ourselves first and our families and friends, and the city and county can assist. I have a 24-hour standpipe. People can come get an account, and it is open 24 hours. So at any time, people can come by and fill up a tank. And I do plan on talking to the county about possibly having a county account so that the county can support their own residents in case of need.
Thank you very much.
So I am working towards a solution to it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Along the listing of the water treatment plant employees, she left out a very critical person, and that was herself. She was there. We were on the phone at 3 o'clock in the morning, and so we want to thank her as well because they did an outstanding job.
My husband was very supportive when he knew how serious it was. He kicked me out of bed and said, "Get out of here."
Yes, I called a few times and he said, let me get her off.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
I heard
don't know
him.
if I should bother her.
Yeah, I was half asleep, and he said, "Mayor, it's her job." And he came over and he woke me up. So, and he is correct. It is my
Thank you for all
job.
you do for the city, Maria. You and your staff are remarkable.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a great staff. I guess actually one thing I need to announce, and this is the sad part of all of it, and some people may already know, but Mr. Don Cole has submitted his letter of resignation, and I will be losing a tremendous manager. And without him, this would have been a very extreme uphill battle, so I
But we
really
do have a
appreciate his
backup
work.
plan.
We do have a backup plan. I'm working on having continuous coverage with a level 4, a highly experienced level 4, until we can get a full-time city employee on board. We have a firm that is actually made up of level 4s, water and wastewater, who have experience in Espanola, Santa Fe, Albuquerque, and many of the communities. So we have fully experienced operators that we're going to be able to dive into that pool and use them as long as we need them until we can get a full-time city employee.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I got a second thing I get to talk about today, and I'm really excited about this. I did receive our letter from ZIA with their new gas rates for us, and did the calculation on the cost of service. And this year, we will be reducing the cost of gas by 73 cents per MCF. This will be the lowest rate we've had in over 7 years. That's as far back as I have a history, so it may even go longer than 7 years. But this will be the lowest rate we've had in 7 years for our gas.
And what about the CPI?
The CPI, there was a little bit of an increase, but it was, we went with a partial increase instead of a full increase to maintain our cost of service.
Okay.
But the reduction due to ZIA's lower cost of gas makes it an overall reduction of 73 cents per MCF.
Okay, thank you very much. That's great news.
So everybody should be getting that in
Yeah.
the next bill, and it will be a lower rate for everybody.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The next item under City Manager's Report is the Top Hat Awards by Miss Virginia Marujo. This girl goes all over and gets, she comes back with all kinds of awards, so.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, Madam Manager. So this year, in a short amount of time of 7 months, we were able to put together a new tourism website. We were able to put a 6-day event and many other things in between that. But during that process, they have what's called the Top Hat Awards by the New Mexico Hospitality Association and also New Mexico True. So what I did is I submitted our work for nominations, and there was 200 applicants throughout the state, and that goes from balloon fiestas and many others. And I'm going to make this short because I already promised the city manager I would make it short. So just to give you a quick idea, I'm going to start with, first of all, our tourism award. We submitted for our new adventure, Old Trails New Adventures campaign with the new website, social media, and a bunch of other things that we had been working on really hard. And we entered into the Marketing Award Best Digital Campaign. And we did become a finalist in that. And we were up against the City of Santa Fe Tourism, New Mexico Visit Albuquerque, 2008 Tour of Gila, and the Caribbean Cruise, which is the Balloon Fiesta. In that one, and of course the 200 others that had applied. And we did, on that one, we did win the 2018 Best Digital Campaign finalist for Las Vegas Tourism.
Good job.
Top 5. So we made the top 5 on that one. And then the other one that we submitted for, which you guys will be very happy about, is we entered for Product Development Award Outstanding Event. And Light Among Ruins, Jemez Springs, Monuments to Main Street, Visit Las Cruces, National Governors Association, through Santa Fe, New Mexico, and Santa Fe Indigenous Peoples Day Tourism Santa Fe. We were up against, again, the 200, and we made top 5 for outstanding event for Fiestas de Las Vegas 2008. So with this award, I want to say thank you to all the PD, fire department, streets, public works, Ernest and his crew with the electricians, everybody in the entire city, all our volunteers, our Fiesta committee, everybody put some hard work into this. And I just want to thank everybody for helping out and making it a successful 6-day event with 48 bands playing this last year.
Wow.
I'm sorry, you have to give them away now. Sorry, you need to do Fiesta, come on. You can give them to me.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the hard work that you do. So appreciate you.
Thank you, Virginia. The next item on the city manager's report is Recreation Center and an update on their boiler system. With Sonia, is George around? Okay. All right.
So, good evening. I'm going to give you guys an update on the boilers. They're still down. We have a vendor coming in early next week to replace the burnout parts. And hopefully within the next week or two, we'll be up and working. But for the next week or so, we're still down with the pool.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And with that, the last item I had on their city manager's report was some of the legislative requests that we are submitting. One of them is a boiler replacement at the recreation center. That is close to between 80 to 100,000 once we finish and we figure out the dynamics of it all. What they've recommended is that we build a separate housing, a small housing unit to house the boiler instead of having it in-house. It's the corrosion of all of the parts to the boiler is happening, and so we're going to be looking at that. The legislative list, and I did get together with our department heads twice already. What they've recommended is that we submit a listing to our legislators for the Hot Springs Boulevard paving project. We have a new rescue unit that needs to be replaced. It's a 1997 rescue unit, and there is a need for replacement for it. We're going to be looking at the recreation boiler updates at the recreation center. The senior center request is also that we are going to be looking at additional paving dollars for the paving project. The wiring of the IT services, we need to redo our wiring and seek possibly 1 or 2 generators for the system as well. We're going to be looking at that. We also have received, of course, funding for the Mountain View Drive and the King Street project. And so that's what we're looking at this point, Madam Mayor, members of the council.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gagos, for the
And
update.
the one final thing is I want to personally thank Public Works. They came in on Veterans Day. That was the day, our snow day. That was the first snow day that we had, and he was able to come in, find 5 or 6 other staff members, including Mr. Alex Duran, Mr. Manuel Gonzalez, Daniel Gurule, Dustin Hilliard, Ernest Lovato, Chris Rodarte, and of course Alan Roybal. And they all came in and got streets cleaned up. They cleaned up our parks, and so by noontime we were ready to go once again. And also the IT staff. The IT staff also worked all weekend, so it was kind of this weekend everyone was out working, doing their areas and working with those areas, and I really want to thank the staff because they have done a tremendous job. So thank you. That concludes our city manager's report. The next item is the finance report by Ms. Hannah Vega.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'd like to present the revenue and expenditure reports for the month of October, 4 months of our 12-month budget year. The general fund, we collected $3,469,199, giving us a total increase of $39,210 over last year's collections. Total expenditures, $3,369,386, for a reduction in expenditures of $124,027. Our enterprise funds, total revenues.
Let me stop you there. Any questions, comments on the first page, on the general fund? No? Okay, continue. Thank you.
The expenditure funds. Total wastewater, $1,028,327. Natural gas, $653,122. Solid waste, $1,137,103. Water, $1,819,058, for a total increase of $140,727 over billed revenues. Expenditures, wastewater, 2,929,506. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the available balance. Wastewater, 923,397. Natural gas, $861,025. Solid waste, $866,725. And water, $1,249,960, for a total reduction of expenditures of $540,938.
Question, comment? Continue.
Recreation Center, total revenues, including the general fund, $188,738, and total expenditures of $186,493. Questions?
Okay, questions, comments? Okay, thank you very much. Ms.
Thank you.
for the update.
I believe we also provided Councilor Romero with some of the documents that you had requested the last, I believe, the last meeting. And so if we can provide anything further, if we can answer any questions by all means.
If I could add to that, thank you, Tanya and Anna Marie, there's a lot of information, I'm still digging through it.
I apologize, yes.
Had a long trip,
Yes.
but thank you, I think it's very informative. I was able to go through some of the expenditures during my flight. It was pretty interesting, but, I will, I'll go through it, and then if there's any questions, I'll sit down.
And if we can change it in any format or anything of that sort, let us know, and then we'll work on it.
One question that I did want to ask, and I learned this over there, a capital, do we have a separate capital improvements budget?
Yes, we do.
We have a fund 220, which is titled Capital Improvements, and GRT taxes fund that. It's funded by Capital Outlay GRT.
Okay, and okay, I'll sit down with you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. That concludes the finance report. We now go to consent agenda items.
Good, we made it. Okay, what is the pleasure of the board? Consent agenda items?
Madam Mayor, I move approval of the consent agenda and request that the city clerk read the items into the record proper.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The consent agenda consists of the following items. Approval to accept funding through the Department of Justice to purchase bulletproof vests through a 50-50 match for the Las Vegas City Police Department. Item 2, approval to reject bid 2019-03 for the Senior Center Service Access Parking Lot Reconstruction. Item 3, approval of Resolution 1845, the Budget Adjustment Resolution. Item 4, approval and certification of fixed assets and inventories. And item number 5, approval of resolution number 1844 to approve and support a request for a one-year extension to fiscal year 2017-2018 project number map 7647911. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. We have a first, we have a second, roll call.
Councilor Romero?
Yes.
Councilor Casey?
Yes.
Councilor Howell?
Yes.
Councilor Ulibarri Jr.?
Yes.
I have a motion by Councilor Casey, a second by Councilor Howell. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The next item on the agenda is business items. Number 1 is to conduct a public hearing and approval, disapproval to adopt ordinance number 18-07, amendment to the official zoning map for property, and we have Ms. Marujo and Ms. Gilberry. Ms.
Thank you very much.
Periac. I apologize.
Thank you, ladies. I will need a motion to go into public hearing.
Madam Mayor, I move that we
Councilor Casey.
go into public hearing.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Councilor Howell?
Yes.
Councilor Casey?
Yes.
Councilor Ulibarri Jr.?
Yes.
Councilor Romero?
Yes.
Have a motion by Councilor Casey, a second by Councilor Howell and Councilor Ulibarri Jr. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone that needs to be sworn in?
Any of those who would wish to be sworn in to speak on this issue, please stand. And I believe I have a list of everyone that signed up. And of course, if there's anybody in addition to that, you may stand at this time and be sworn in. If all of you will raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name for the record. Swear to tell the truth.
Swear to tell the truth
During my testimony to council tonight.
during my testimony to council tonight.
Thank you, and if we can just have, Mayor, you'll have one at a time come up to speak on the issue after,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
if you'll have one at a time
Yes,
come
of
up
course,
after
of
Maria
course.
introduces the item.
You're all
Thank you.
Good evening,
Maria, how are
Mayor,
you?
councilors. I'm Maria Pereira with Planning and Zoning, Community Development Department. And tonight I want to present a approval or disapproval for the adoption of ordinance number 1807, amending the official zoning map from an R2 multifamily residential zone to a C1 neighborhood commercial zone for property located at 338 Santa Ana Street, Las Vegas, New Mexico, 87701. The applicant owner, Mr. Gilberto Juan Lorenzo Martinez, who lives in Montezuma, New Mexico, has submitted the application, and he is in the process of wanting to lease this property to a collaborative of medical professionals, which consist of a midwife, a therapist, and an acupuncturist, to take care of pregnant women and their whatever problems they have at that location. And with that,
On the record proper, have any traffic studies been done within that specific area because of the school?
No, we did not.
No traffic studies. And the majority of the traffic, is it right within the back of the area of North Public or in the front of the?
I was by there one day, and most of the traffic is when they're dropping off the kids in the morning and in the afternoon. I didn't stay there all day, but I went by one morning and just looked, and that's about 7:30 to about 8:30, I would say. It's the majority, because the buses, they're dropping off children, they're dropping off kids at the school, and Santa Ana is a one-way from Church Street to Hot Spring, facing, going down this, from Church to Hot Springs.
And
It
what
is a
about New
yellow light.
Mexico?
New Mexico, just like I said, in the first thing in the morning is when I've seen it the most, and when they're picking up kids. I didn't see any, I've been there at the assessor's office several times, and most of the traffic I've seen is first thing in the morning when kids are being dropped off or being picked up. But we didn't actually do a traffic study on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Who's first on the list?
We have Ralph Marcus. Is there a Ralph Marcus here to speak on?
Good evening, Mr. Marcus.
Good
How are you?
evening. Thank you, Miss Mayor, council members. I just want to speak briefly on behalf of my mother's property. It's just a few feet from Mr. Martinez's, and there is a concern about parking and safety and risk to not only residents but the school children. There's a house right across the street, again, just a few feet away, with a huge hole in it. Its structure is weakening. There's a little, very, very thin fence around it. I doubt that's going to hold up a house once it decides it's going to come down. So that compounds the risk and safety of the people in the neighborhood and our school children. There's also a provision with off-street parking in the city ordinance that addresses backing up into a public pathway. And with the property as Mr. Martinez has it, it seems like there's no inlet and outlet. You just go in order to get out, you got to back up. Or you back up into the property if they're going to use that. So it seems like there's some backing up either way, either direction, which is a safety issue there. The other concern is once commercialization is if it goes through, after this practice, then what? After this group practice, it opens that property up to whatever is allowable through the commercial zoning. Maybe Mr. Martinez will hold on to it, maybe he won't. If he does or doesn't, what next? What does it open up the neighborhood to? And my last point is just pleading with you to listen to the wishes of the longstanding residents of this neighborhood. These people didn't move in here last month, last year. They're lifelong residents. And Ms. Perea was asked if there were other commercially zoned properties in and around that particular area. There were some noted. So at what point do we stand and maintain the integrity of that neighborhood, of that longstanding neighborhood and its residents? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin.
We have, next is Francis Marcus.
Good evening, Ms. Marquez. How are you?
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I just want to say that I live about maybe 5-6 feet away from the residence that wants to change the zone. If you notice, his address is 338 Santa Ana, and that street is yellow zoned all the way down. It's a one-way, very narrow street, not even two cars. We can't have two ways because we don't fit there. We've already had one accident several years ago at the school where a little boy was run over and killed, and we don't want that to happen again. The congestion of the parents going for their school kids, which is right across the street, which is no more than 20 feet away from said building, about 15 feet from my house, maybe 20. And like I said, we've had one accident already happen. We don't want it to happen again. But the parking is a big problem. We had to get rid of some of our cars because we weren't allowed to park on front of our street. So another thing is I'm going to ask the council to please remember that you were once asking for us to vote you in, which we did. We delivered. We're asking for your good sense and to please leave our historic neighborhood the way it is and has been for hundreds and hundreds of years. And this isn't saying a lie because everybody knows we were kids. We're the second generation that lives in the neighborhood. Our parents are all dead. We've inherited the houses. So we've lived there for over 100 years, and this has never happened before. I mean, we're limited in space, we're limited in parking, we're limited in everything because of the school, which we're not complaining about. Like I said, we're very aware of the little kids that go to school there. Some of you councilmen went to that school. I went to that school when I was little. And it's not like it was before where there was the 1st to 8th grade or 7th grade. These are little tiny kids, 1st to 3rd grade, that we're concerned about. The congestion, the traffic is just too much of a hazard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marquez.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Annette Martinez.
Good evening. First, Mayor and Councilors, thank you for your service. We appreciate it, all of you. Our families have been there in that neighborhood for over 100 years. We grew up there, and we are there daily because we have parents that are there. There is no room for a commercial services there. There's no room. Our families just barely fit. So we are thankful that you are hearing our concerns because not one of the neighbors wants this to be commercially zoned. We appreciate your hearing us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. We have Mary Martinez.
Rodriguez. It's Rodriguez.
It says Martinez.
Good evening, Ms. Ortiz. How are you? Good to see you.
I come to you pleading for not zoning. I have lived there for 65 years. My husband was born there, and his parents had lived there for more than 100 years. And it is a bad situation. There's no parking, and I have a lot of grandchildren, and they're always running back and forth. And if there's anything going on like that, they're always in danger. So I'm pleading with you. Thank you.
Her house is right next to
yes
the commercial property that they want to do.
And there's no parking.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ortiz. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rick Grego.
Good evening, Mr. Grego. How are you?
Madam Mayor, Councilwomen and men. I oppose that, and I don't have a problem with new businesses coming into Las Vegas. But why our neighborhood? First and most because I live on Bernalillo Street. Santa Ana's on the other side. I live in the middle of my mother and my tia Mary. And between 2:30 and 3:30, Bernalillo Street is at a standstill with traffic from New Mexico all the way down to Hot Springs. I mean, you're talking a standstill. Car back up all the way to the top. What happens if there's an emergency? My mom is elderly, my tia is elderly. If an ambulance needs to come down that way, they're not getting through. I mean, we need to do something about that, people picking up their kids. I know they got to pick them up, but I mean, it's a standstill of traffic. So where are these people going to park? Where's this traffic going to park once we get this business there? And I'm all for businesses, but why, like I said, why our neighborhood? There's other places they could pick. I mean, I'm sure they could find another place. And, that's all I got.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Grego. We have Mike Martinez.
Mayor, Council,
Good evening, Mr. Martinez.
how are you doing? Doing good? I'm here on behalf of my wife's family that's established in that area. These older people, they can't take that kind of traffic. That's all there is to it. Plus the pressure that comes along with it. It's not a good thing. It's not at all. And I've already been told that, I'm not within 125 feet of it. I do own some property there on Santa Fe Street. But the whole case is, I am within 125 feet of those other people too. And I don't think it's the right thing to do, like I say. And like Rick said, we're not against any kind of business coming in by no means, but we are against having it in that neighborhood. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Next, we have Ana Maria Armijo. Go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Madam Mayor, council members. Well, I'm here because I do live very close to this residence on Church Street. I've lived in that neighborhood for 10 years. And on the west side of Las Vegas, I've been a resident for almost 20 years now. So coming from the west side, basically, I also do clinical social work, bilingual, bicultural, clinical social work, and I work as a care coordinator. And so I do service a lot of members on the west side. And a lot of the members who I serve have a hard time accessing behavioral health services because of the disparity here in Las Vegas. And so I'm here actually as an advocate for my patients. I know there is and I'm happy to see that there has been a medical practice on Hot Springs Boulevard. Dr. Jasmine Brightman has opened her practice. She's also a psychiatrist. And so, living where I do on Church Street, I'm able to witness all of the traffic, okay? So there's good traffic and there's not so good traffic, but it's clear that, this is a positive resource for our community, especially our most vulnerable members who, majority live on the west side. They're all over, but they may not have a vehicle, so they may not even have to drive. Anything in support of women and children in my neighborhood, I'm all for that. So I'm here to support this clinic and the health and well-being and balance of my community members. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Carrie Osmond. Oh, Kevin.
Good evening, all.
Good evening.
I don't live here in the neighborhood, but I am a second-year student in the United Old College, and I've worked with the collaborative for the past it's been a year and something, and I've been able to learn a lot from the women that work in the collaborative, and our project is called Buena para Todos. So we go out there and we help, but also we learn. So we give and we take. And we've learned a lot about the issues surrounding behavioral health and mental health in this area. And we've learned a lot about the need for it. We've learned how there's actually very little to almost no service to these people. And there's a lot of people like that, and they're an important part of this community. And so, though there might be like traffic issues and parking issues and all of those things, but how many people die from lack of access to health services, and how many people die from traffic, car accidents and stuff like that. So if we do a comparison and actually really care about all of the individuals in this community, which I've been part of for the past year, since this is my second year here, I deeply care about this community, and I love it here, and I love the people here. So if we take into consideration not just the people in one certain neighborhood, but everyone in the community, and do a measurement for the risk and the management of the risk, which one is actually more risky, that having behavioral clinic services to these people, clinical services to these people, or having it and having some parking issues and stuff like that. And of course, they're both issues, they're both things that we have to consider, but I deeply support and advocate for this collaborative and the women that work within it, because they also use indigenous healing systems, and I've been able to closely witness that, and I've been able to see the positive impacts of the healing process. I might not have been part of it myself, but I've been able to see it and the results of it. So as a fellow individual of this community, I strongly support this collaborative and the commercialization of this resident. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Tara Trudell.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm here to speak on behalf of the zoning for this residential into a C1 commercial. I have had a business in town. We're out of a home right across from the post office. I know there's a lot of issues with parking and space like that, but I think it depends what kind of business we're talking about. And what you're talking about is a wellness clinic for pregnant women, women who have children, women recovering from childbirth, and that wellness that supports that. And I really doubt you're going to have a traffic jam with that many pregnant women showing up for midwifery appointments or anything like that. And I take that into consideration when speaking to you, because I understand that's a concern of the neighborhood, but I think the concern is traffic in that whole neighborhood that has nothing to do with this business that wants to establish itself. This is a business that we need. It is a woman-owned business. It is a woman of color business. It is serving the needs of the community. And I also volunteer with the United World College students from Montezuma, and the biggest task I've had in the past few years is introducing them to our community here in Las Vegas, here in Villanueva, here in Rivera, Bernal, and they have been well received, and the work they do has made them part of that community, because that's what I teach them. This resource would also allow them to learn more about the community of Las Vegas, that partnership. To me, I'm a client of the social work part for mental health. I've been trying to make an appointment with a midwife just to do well woman care, which has been really difficult because they can't have appointments there now. I've heard somebody say, why this neighborhood? I think in the past few years, they have looked extensively in Las Vegas, and the ball has been dropped on them many times by our own community members. So I support this, and I think that our community, sometimes we just have to sit back and not imagine it to be the worst case scenario. But probably one thing that we as a community need right now is us to come together and support each other. Thank you.
Next, we have Jeanette Iska.
I gotta say, I actually love the whole community meeting. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilman. So I come out as an outsider. I've lived out in Villanueva in the Pecos River Valley for 10 years. And I'm part of the collaborative structure, although not of this particular thing. But I would point out tonight that our midwife and our doula are not here because they're helping someone give birth. Okay, that's where they are. And we see the disparity of what's missing in this community. When the hospital lost its obstetrician's unit, okay, I talked to one of the guys on the board, and I was like, you need to bring services back. Within the first, how quickly was that young woman who was going down to Santa Fe? Was that within the first 2 weeks? We had a member of our community, I live in Villanueva, who was going, she could no longer get obstetric services here. And she had to go down to Santa Fe, and we have the wind gusts, and her car flipped, and she and her child were killed. Okay? There are these risk ratios and these analysis. I hear the community's concerns about the parking and the traffic. I've seen the way the school flows. I worked 20 years for FedEx in logistical planning. I know what it's like to have to handle vehicles. But the traffic flow that we're talking about at this residence is not going to be dozens of people a day. It's not going to be hundreds of people. It's going to be small, and it's going to be respectful. When we come into what we do, we have a number of collaboratives that we work with: art, health. We have Bueno Para Todos, which is our farming cooperative. We look towards gentrification as opposed to gentrification. We are trying to come in the most passionate and respectful way that we can to any space that we work with. We see your concerns about the children in the park. We see your children on the streets. We see your grandmas and your grandpas. We see your family. We don't want to do anything to disrupt your neighborhood. We want to make your neighborhood better. And doing that by providing services to the people that we see who need it here. The city has a lot of work that it's doing. I loved seeing the boys coming in from both sides of the town, because I know that historical divide has existed. We know that there are going to be challenges if the town raises up with everything that's coming with the hotel, if the Amtrak still keeps running. We know that there's going to be a wave. We have lived in major cities, and we have seen gentrification happen around us. A lot of us are community activists from other cities and other spaces. We know how to come in politely. We know how to play well with others. We know how to park. Okay? We ask that you consider what we're doing. We meet the legal expectations of what is supposed to happen for that. We will come in a good way and open up our doors to the people in the community who need to be able to have women of color help them to not have, and I say this as a white woman, to not have a white voice tell them who they are, okay? We need to be able to have healthy babies born here in Las Vegas and be having the people from our surrounding communities come in to a space where they are welcome and where they are seen. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Jean Crum.
Joan.
Joan.
Thank you. That was a wonderful talk. Because my name is Joan Crone. I'm a retired professor of social work. I'm in David Romero's district on New Mexico Avenue. And Madam Mayor and the Council, I'm a great supporter of these women because I worked very hard trying to keep Connie Trujillo and her business of being midwife. And you know that Connie and Elizabeth Whitnall and a number of other people were trying to keep this business open when the hospital decided that they didn't need any midwives anymore, and that business folded. And what we've got here are some people that can really open a business, a clinic for women, and she can do her home births. These are highly educated people. They have degrees in social work, they're midwives, they get paid by insurance companies, and they're going to be hopefully sitting in a wonderful place in a lovely neighborhood, and they're going to be very good neighbors. Very good neighbors. I think that's all I can say right now.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Nazca Warren.
Mayor and council people, thank you for your time. My name is Nazca Warren, and I live in Rivera, New Mexico. I've lived there the last 8 years, and I'm also an herbalist, and I have a small homestead there. And when I saw photos of just the house and, you know, where it was, the space, I think space is very important for mothers. I'm a mother of 2, and I just saw, you know, it is the perfect place for mothers to get together in relationship and grow those relationships. And as a mother who lives out of town, have a space to come to from running errands, and sometimes a park just doesn't cut it, but a home where you're with the midwife who birthed your children and the people that you know, other mothers. It's just a very special thing to have. And I wish that there was a space like that. You say, why a home? I think it's very different to receive care out of your own home. Both of my children were birthed at home. And I'm a unique demographic in New Mexico. They did a study. They were trying to do a home birth study for women, and they tried to pull as many women as they could who had given home births. And they had to fold the study because they couldn't get enough women of color to join. Of course, if you look in Santa Fe, there's a lot of people who are not of color, who are, you know, the largest demographic who do receive that care. And so, as you well know, the disparities in Las Vegas for home birth, for women to have choice, you know, is very small, and it is coming back. But I feel like this center would just add to those opportunities for women to have home birthing class, or, you know, classes for nursing and classes for parenting, and all of those sorts of resources that Las Vegas lacks. I guess I just want to say that when I first moved to Las Vegas, I was really blown away by the history of midwifery and herbalism and all of the beautiful women who came before, who really worked so hard. And I think of Jesucita, and, you know, she did that out of her home until her 90s, out of her home, and there was no zoning, there was no issues with that. But that's where women feel the most safe, is to be able to be in relationship and be seen. I mean, when I would have, you know, my meetings with my midwives, both times, it was like hours where they would just take the time to see me and see how I felt and really provide a safe space for me to be able to, you know, give birth. And giving birth is very important work. And when women are so scattered and stressed and think they have to go to Santa Fe and they don't have, I know there are no OBs in the hospital here, but if that's just such an, you know, addition where you can just take that off of your chest and not have to worry about those sorts of things, when you can have the space to talk about what's really bothering you and your fears So I also, I've received care from Monica as my midwife, and Norma as an acupuncturist, and Yvonne, I've had countless conversations with her that I should have paid her because she's wonderful. But just to get to portray just the love and the soul that goes into their work. It's not, 50 people all hanging out, let's get them all in as soon as we can. That's not the model of healthcare that they provide. And as an herbalist, I don't have the means to pay rent for a commercial place that's already zoned in a commercial area, because chances are that rent is much higher. And so to just be able to see how, we come together as a collaborative and we pull resources and we pull energy and inspiration and time together, it's a very different model of healthcare that ripples out to the people who receive the care as well. Let's see, I'm tongue-tied because I'm a mama and I'm tired, so excuse me if I'm repeating, but I just think that this would be a wonderful chance to provide more choice and space here in Las Vegas. And I understand the traffic issue, I really do. And I understand that change is hard, I really do. But I just think that this is a wonderful opportunity, and it's a different model of care that will just provide so many, rich choices for women in Las Vegas and families and babies. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Ray Dawn Price.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am a much better writer than I am speaker, so excuse me because I'll probably stutter and tremble. I'm here also in support of the Women's Health Collaborative as a fellow patient, I guess you could say. I receive care. It's kind of funny the way I've come to know this group of women. I had my first son and I had a really horrible birthing experience at the hospital. I had a really hard time nursing him. So I joined Firstborn of Northern New Mexico, which is a local home visiting service of social workers as well, which I just actually ended my my partnership with that program because I'm back at work. Monica was the home visitor, and just seeing her and her passion for women and women's health care, she knew it, and so did we. She just had a higher calling than just, than being a home visitor. She wanted to provide service in a better way, in a different way. So she went to midwifery school in El Paso, and she just had this calling. It was just amazing to see it happen. And she got her certification in midwifery. And I was one of the women who was affected when the OB unit closed. I didn't have anywhere to birth my son here in town. My husband was kind of opposed to a home birth, so just because my first birth was so traumatic and so horrible, we almost lost our son. So I did have to travel to Albuquerque to go deliver him there. And I would just have loved to have the option of a home birthing service here with somebody who we knew and we trusted. And the traffic issue, I understand it. The west side, the roads are all small. Half of them aren't even paved. But this area, this service, it's not going to be a ton of traffic. It's going to be one patient at a time for at least an hour, if not longer. It's not going to be a bunch of, in and out. And the neighbors are concerned about their neighborhood, but this is our community too, and we're going to be here. I plan on being here for the rest of my life, and I'm not worried about traffic when I'm receiving mental health care services. I'm worried about my life as a mom. I struggle with postpartum depression. Sorry, and that's not to say I'm rushing to my appointments, but there is a strong need for these services. And as a woman in a biracial marriage, I guess, it's really nice just to sit down and talk to somebody who understands my culture, understands where I'm coming from, helps me get to a place where I could communicate well with my spouse and with my family, my extended family, and just really be able to just function in this community and in this world, honestly. And I could go on and say how wonderful the care is, but it's just really nice to be with people who completely understand you and provide you with culturally responsive care. I wrote about that in my letter to the editor on Sunday, if you guys would like to read more about that, if you haven't already. And I just would really like you to consider zoning this for commercial. It's Nazca spoke about it. It's a beautiful space. It's an adobe house, which like I grew up in an adobe house. It just feels like home. It feels like when you go see your grandma. She gives you, like remedios, you have a stomach ache, and it's just so homey and so comfortable, and you could just really just tap into that and really just heal. It's just a really nice place where you could just feel at home, and I guess that's all I could say. I'd really like you guys to consider approving it, and it would be a wonderful addition to the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Ruth Ramos.
Good evening, Mayor and Council people. My name is Ruth Ramos, and today I stand on the shoulders of other women who cannot be here today. And that is because I'm a mom. My 2 kids are out there with their dad, but not all of us have that structure in our families. And so I am here to speak on behalf of zoning and commercial C1. I lived in Rivera, New Mexico, in El Cojuco. When I had my son, though, my son was born early at 27 weeks, weighing 1 pound 1 ounce, weighing 490 grams, which is not very much, right? That meant that we spent 99 days in the NICU, and it was traumatic for my son and for our whole family. And this is why we need access to mental health care, and we need access to good women's care. And this is one site that could provide that. Evidence-based practice tells us that when we provide these services in a home setting, they are more successful. You have less disparities. You can look that up. Evidence-based practice means that we take all of the knowledge from all of the studies and we apply it within our community. And that's what we know. As a parent, it was hard for us to find services. We could not find services here. We'd have maybe 1 visit a month if we were lucky, given weather and so on. So we had to commute. We had to commute an hour just to get 1 service for my son. My son requires much more than that. So for this reason, I know that the community needs this. If we want to stop gentrification and if we care about our community, then we need to invest into our community. The number one thing that puts a community at risk around gentrification is divestment. And this is an investment that is not going to take very much. This is women of color providing the service. This is our community. Displacement, like it happened with my family, means that we're taking away from our roots. We're taking away from our family. We're taking away from our earth. And we have to go and pay high rents in another place and work more time. When we had those services in town, we wouldn't have had to do that. I would love to return to my community, but I stand for healthcare, and I just want to leave you with this. As a mother, sometimes I have to make decisions that doesn't always please my kids, but I have to keep their safety, their health, and their thriving going. So that's what I'm pleading for. I'm pleading that you keep us healthy, that you keep us safe, and that you keep us thriving. Because this is not just my generation, it's the generations that are out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos.
Next, we have Yvonne Sandoval.
Good evening. My name is Yvonne Sandoval. I'm the director of El Valle Women's Collaborative. The 2 projects that have been mentioned today are the Bueno Para Todos Cooperative and our Healthcare Cooperative. Our mission is to enhance the wellness of our community and the economic development. I am also the healthcare provider in our cooperative. Two of the women, as mentioned earlier, that were supposed to be here tonight, two of the members of the cooperative could not be here tonight because they are out delivering a baby. I want to say that, first of all, we heard the members, our neighbors' concerns, and so we did some due diligence on our part. We actually went and talked to the school and got some information from the school. We, as good neighbors, first of all, we don't want to be there any earlier than 8 o'clock. So that's, the morning is not an issue. And I also want to address a couple of other concerns. So there was, at the commission meeting, the zoning commission meeting, there was some concerns about what community we were serving. People thought that we were serving much of the community that's reflected at the Behavioral Health Center. As you can see from tonight, our families are incredibly resilient, are incredibly powerful. Mothers, families, children, that is who we are serving. We are not serving families that are individuals that are acute. And so there was an issue about danger. We're serving families that are experiencing anxiety, depression, postpartum, relationship issues, as many of us in this room have experienced ourselves. 70% of all people have experienced anxiety and depression at some point in their lives. And so this is a real reality in our community. We're excited to be able to provide these services. The other issue that came up was that's coming up is the safety issue. So we recognize that the school behind us serves grades 2 and 3. Children must, and this is coming directly from the school, children must be accompanied for crossing. Temporary classrooms are no longer being used. The children cross at Santa Ana at the northwest, at the New Mexico area, but not at the Santa Ana and Church, which is actually one whole block away from us. I'm a parent. I'm a single parent. I bring my daughter to work with me, and so for me, I prioritize safety. I absolutely agree with that. We are on the same team. As a compromise, we want to make sure that our neighbors recognize that we will not be there anytime before 8 o'clock in the morning. That's just not what our services are. We just don't want to do that. I come from Villanueva, and most of our providers also come from Rivera. And so that's I want to share with you some additional information. We have a parking lot. We have a 1,500 square foot parking lot. We have taken pictures, so we are well within the requirements of the park, within what's being asked of us for commercial zoning. 4 to 5 vehicles can actually fit in this space. And so I actually have a document that I'd like to pass out to you. So you can see the visual. There's also an additional visual for you to see not only how beautiful this space is, because frankly, our families deserve to have a beautiful space, a space that is welcoming, a space that is in line with our values. We've even drawn out the map, so you can see that safety is it's of concern in our community, absolutely, but it's being addressed. We have actually, as far as the zoning goes, we actually have 2 off-street parking places. We don't need them. The reality is we see clients individually because of HIPAA, because of privacy, confidentiality. We really don't even need all the spaces that we're using. So we're here to be good neighbors, we're here to be respectful, we're here to care for our neighbors and the concerns of our neighbors. So I just want to make sure that that is addressed and inoculated, as well as, this is an incredible opportunity for us to provide wraparound services. There's a huge gap right now with the hospital, as you all know. There's an opportunity here to provide wraparound services. Each one of our providers, when a mother or a family member comes in, not only do they get postpartum prenatal care, they also get behavioral health services. They get postpartum screenings. They get depression screenings. They also get any kind of lab work that can be done, so that we're not just treating the person as a client. We're treating the whole individual, so that they can also find out if the vitamin D levels are low. They're not getting just one clinician. They're getting a whole team of people that truly care about them. So I will leave it at that, and if you have any more questions, I will be here to the end.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Lorenzo Martinez.
Good evening, Mr.
Mayor and Council. My name is Gilberto Martinez. I am the homeowner. Just a little backstory on the property. I bought this house from Fannie Mae in 2011. I bought it for the lot value. It was considered a tear down. I opted not to tear it down. The house is of 1870 adobe. I have restored it and remodeled it. It is not on the historic register, but it is a beautiful home. As a matter of fact, last year I did win the CCHB award for Best Improved Home in Town. So I met these young ladies. They were in a desperate situation. They can't afford to pay a lot. I am giving them a reduced rate of rent. Once we get this established, I will be giving them 2/3 off of the rent. And until they get established, I would like to give these young women a chance. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Here we have one more, Steve Joseph.
What's the name?
Rodriguez.
Rodriguez.
Did you swear in Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, council. Hello, everybody. I just like to remind everybody what the issue is. And I was a probation officer. I dealt with wraparound services. It's nice to have wraparound services for the community. But again, the issue, isn't services. The issue is location. Because of all the people that live in that area, it is congested, man. If you go through there and somebody happens to run into you and you need to get out of there, ma'am, I'll tell you right now, if it happens at the time that Rick Rego mentioned, you will not get out of there. And again, it's a danger, it's a hazard, and again, services isn't the issue. These young ladies here, I appreciate you ladies, and again, services are needed, but in a different location. So again, I'd like to thank the council and the people here, and again, the issue isn't location, the issue is location, not services. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the last. Was she sworn in? What's the name?
Alejandra.
Okay. Alejandra, what's your last name?
Roa, R-O-A.
R-O-A.
You want to come up? Hi, good evening. My name is Alejandra Roa. I do work for the Firstborn of Northern New Mexico, so I do serve the community as well. And from that, I was able to get the resources from this lovely woman over here, and they helped me with my lactation with this baby. They also helped me. Currently, they're helping me with my postpartum depression. Some of you may not understand, like, how can you be upset or depressed when you have a new baby? But it's a difficult and touchy, out of the norm and taboo subject to talk about. So this woman helped me keep my own sane, in other words, and they helped me keep thriving for another day. And honestly, some of the people who also spoke, they have seen me grown here in Las Vegas. I am not from here, I am from California, but I came to Highlands. And some of the people who spoke against the manor, they have seen me grown. And they have helped me out as well at Highlands. I have my bachelor's in social work and in Spanish as well. So I'm here to advocate for the bilingual population as well. And I would love to have this in Las Vegas. We recently lost another OB, which is Dr. Elmore. We do have Dr. Janice, who refers them once the mothers are 34 weeks along to Alta Vista. But we all have stories about Alta Vista as well. I myself have not delivered in Alta Vista because of the stories. I have delivered in Santa Fe, which is 45 minutes away, and I have wasted my gas, my time going to Santa Fe, which I wish I would have loved to put here in Las Vegas. Las Vegas has grown into me, and I plan to stay here. My children are born in New Mexico, and I plan to stay here as well. Yes, I said I'm from California, but I love this state, and this state has grown in me. Thank you for giving me the time to speak.
Thank you. We've heard testimony here today. Thank you all very much for providing that testimony. We will weigh that very carefully when we make our decision this evening. There's pros and there's cons to this. The council have heard each and every statement here this evening. I also want to state that if we look back, especially to my people, the ones that I grew up with, they're all my people. I represent each and every one of you. Pero la gente de mi barrio, you know? Jesucita was pretty close to the area where she was actually delivering babies. She delivered a lot of my family members. And I remember running with a bucket of hot water to help her, you know, and help my sisters and clean up the babies and bring the clean towels and the clean sheets. We all know this. Every one of us knows this. Let's not forget who we are, what we're all about. And I understand the location. I understand there's going to be some traffic. I understand that. And I respect each and every one of you. From the bottom of my heart, I really do. Ms. Rodriguez, the Marqueses, the Gregos, each and every one of you are deep in my heart, and I respect you immensely. I want you to know that. And the council will have to make a decision on this tonight. And whatever decision that is, I hope that we can all work together for the betterment of the community, for the betterment of the women, for the betterment of our children, our future, each and every one of us. Instead of talking about location, and I hear this a lot out there publicly, not in my backyard, we don't want it here, but essentially everything about our barrios, everything about who we are is about taking care of each other, and if that means in our backyard, then we accept that. That's who we are. That's what we're about. That's within our culture. That's within our livelihood and how we were raised, each and every one of us. I mean, I have here in the council pretty much three counselors who were raised within the same barrios. They understand the need. They understand what is important to this community. It's not an easy decision because we do respect each and every one of you, and we respect your decision here this evening. So whatever decision is made here this evening, do not weigh it as a negative decision. Weigh it as something that's positive. And always look for what's in the best interest of the community and the betterment of our people. I think that that's truly what's important here tonight. At this point in time, we need to close the public hearing, and we also need, first of all, to accept the record proper. So I need a motion to accept the record proper.
Madam Mayor, I move that we accept the record proper.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Counselor Olivari Jr.?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Romero?
Yes.
Counselor Howell?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Howell. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Now I need a motion to close the public hearing and reconvene into regular session. Do I have a motion?
Madam Mayor, I move that we close the public hearing and move into regular session.
Do I have a second? Roll call.
Counselor Romero?
Yes.
Counselor Howell?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari Jr.?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Howell. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. We are now in regular session. We have questions, comments, council. Does anyone have any questions? Counselor Casey.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody that's here this evening, both pro and con. We need to hear input from our community, and we appreciate that very much. So I want everybody to know that. I did get 2 phone calls that were opposed, and I spoke to one woman in particular at length, and the other briefly for about 10 minutes or so. And I appreciate their input. This is a very difficult decision, but I have some questions for Mr. Martinez, the property owner. Is the property on the historic register or anything like that? It's not. Okay. And for Ms. Sandoval, since you're the only one that's here from the group, have you talked to the superintendent of schools about maybe providing parking at that bottom area on Hot Springs Boulevard where the portables are that are no longer used?
Yeah, we did find out they weren't used. I have not talked to the superintendent, but would be happy to do so.
I would, that would help, I think, with the fear of having, congestion added to that area. I did go by that area twice, walked it once and drove by once. There does appear to, it seems to me, I don't know, I'm not an expert on parking issues or anything like that, but there is room for at least 4 or 5 cars to park there, I believe. And so I would like to know, you said when you came up to speak that you did not plan to open the office during school hours early in the morning. What office hours do you have?
So I have I work 9 to 6.
Okay.
Those are my hours.
Okay, and the others, are they by appointment only, or do they also have regular hours?
No, they're by appointment, and the reason why I'm 9 to 6 is because my schedule is already full. Right now, I'm in the process. I meet with my clients at coffee shops right now. That's where I meet with clients.
Okay. And one of the concerns from the people that called me, they were concerned because these are elderly women who live alone. And I understand that completely. We have a lot of elderly women who live alone in our community. And I would like to know what kind of clients you have in particular, because there is a great concern about having men with mental health issues that might be wandering the neighborhood while they're waiting for an appointment, or they come to see you in an emergency situation where they're having some kind of an episode. Can you explain what kind of what kind of patients you are seeing,
Yeah. Well, you heard from many of them today, mostly mothers, and I work with couples as well. Most of my clients deal with postpartum depression, anxiety, or couples issues, or family issues.
Okay, so it would be persons who have given birth or having problems with lactation or other issues adjusting to having a child in the home, those kinds of things.
Correct. And I have worked in many settings, and really this is where my heart is. And so this is why I want to work. I want to continue this work specifically with this client population.
And do you have, do you plan to build a capacity in the future? And if you do, what kind of capacity would that be?
Yeah, so right now I only work one day a week on Tuesdays. I still have my practice in Albuquerque, which I'm going to be moving. I had to go out to Albuquerque for 2 years in order to finish my licensure. I've been a social worker since 2001 in the University of Denver. And so I've had my credentials for quite some time, but I wasn't licensed in the state. And so I'm actually one of the only few providers that does the EMDR trauma work. Actually, and as far as we have an incredible shortage of providers right now. On paper, it looks like we have a lot because they're all at the state hospital. But filling this gap of this particular client population is really important to us. And so that's exactly why we're serving the client population that we are.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you very much, Councilor Casey. Any questions? Councilor Howell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was raised by women, and I was born in my own barrio in India. And so I understand some of the plights in the barrio. The village didn't have medical personnel in that village. My mother gave birth to me in the village. And so, but then they had to take myself and my mother to the hospital in Mumbai. So there is a lot of concerns in that area too. So, but I believe in advocating for women's health. I think it's very important because of myself being raised by women. I think it's important, and women are very, very, very strong. So I want to.
I'm teasing you.
Yes. But I do have some questions. What I heard from the opposition is that they are very, very concerned about the traffic, very concerned about the congestion. And I also heard the mayor ask the question prior to the meeting, this part of the meeting starting, that to Maria, that has there been a traffic study done? And the answer was no. And I think that a traffic study, because we are in our city circumference, I think we do need a traffic study in that area. I think it's very important for us to formalize it and to really have data in that area for the businesses that are going to be in there. I think that what's that?
I'm sorry.
I think that the traffic study should analyze the risk factor, the safety factor, and give us the analysis from that traffic study. I think that another concern I heard is that, okay, you are going to have this business in this home, but then let's say 2 years from now, you're very well established and you're growing and you need to move to a bigger place. So let's say you move to a bigger place, but what happens in that home that still has that C1 commercial zone? What type of business can be in that home after you leave? So that's a concern. And I think that we need to have that addressed also. Whether this agreement to be in that home, that we could say that no other, the C1 commercial can end after you leave. I'm not sure about that, but that's one thing that I think could happen. Another thing that I heard from the opposition when they were talking to me is that, well, why can't the city find a space for the ladies and to give them a really good deal, like, for example, a 10-year lease for $10. And that would, we have so many properties in our percepts that we could possibly do that. I'm sure that we'll have to talk about it and analyze it, but that could be one other alternative solution. In regards to the people that want this to happen, there's 3 professionals that are going to be in this place of business. Is that correct?
3 professionals, and then Nasca Warren, who was here earlier, she provides our herbal remedies.
Okay.
So she won't be on.
There's an acupuncturist, therapist, and a midwife.
Yes.
Just one midwife?
Correct.
Okay, so
Our acupuncturist is the birthing assistant, so that's why they're both gone this evening.
I see. But she is going to do her acupuncturist also.
Correct. She
Right.
serves as a dual
Right.
role.
I see. Now, my question is, someone said that insurance is paying for this, for the professionals?
Yes, all 3 of us take insurances.
Okay, so now, the midwife, when the midwife is birthing a baby, what happens to the baby if something happens?
Well, she's providing that service in their homes. She's providing the birth in the home.
Right, I understand that, but what happens if something happens to the baby? What, are you going to seek medical
Oh,
attention?
yeah, there's specific protocols which she's actually trained in.
So, but,
And so yes.
so can you explain to me what would happen?
Yeah, she would be able to speak on that a little bit better, but there's specific protocols that she actually has to follow, as with any healthcare professional. And so if there was an emergency, of course, she would call 911 and she would enlist a hospital in that care.
Okay, does the...
There's 2 women that have some experience around that.
Yes, yes, Ray Dawn?
So the midwife would actually, before the delivery even happened, she would make the assessment whether or not she would be able to deliver that baby. She would make sure it wasn't breech or anything like that. Of course, as births go, anything could happen, but she will have a pretty good idea of whether or not she will have a successful birth, and that's why birth rates for midwives they deliver so many more healthy babies with way less complications than an obstetrician, because they already have that assessment, and it's like already nearly guaranteed to be a 100% healthy birth and healthy baby.
Thank you.
Yeah, from my experience, Monica has her own equipment. This is something that's required by her licensure. So she has things that you would have in a hospital when you go. I've helped clients when they've had home births. You have a huge list of things, far more than you would be required. Like you go into a hospital, the hospital has this. The midwife is like, you have that ready, and I will have these things. So as she was saying, the midwife does the assessment, but the midwife also has the tools, including things like compression suits, so that you don't bleed out. They have the equipment handy so they can help stabilize both the mother and the child for a successful rate. But of course, I've seen Monica in the year that she's been in practice have birth that she can complete and not, and having the protocols in place and planning out for things like where we are, where there is no cell phone reception. You're like, okay, well, we have to make sure the baby's going to be born in a house with a landline. You know, like those kind of considerations absolutely come in with every birth. There's so much more planning around midwife birth than there is around the hospital birth.
Would this program accept Medicare?
Yes, no, Medicaid.
Medicaid, okay.
Medicaid versus Medicare.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Medicaid, because
Okay.
Medicare is over your 60s.
Okay, so does the insurance company...
I can answer that. Yeah, insurance companies do cover home births, some don't. That's why I had to deliver in Albuquerque, because I had Presbyterian, and they wanted me to deliver in a Presbyterian hospital or contracted hospital, which was Alta Vista. Unfortunately, there was no obstetrician unit here at the time. So yes, they do. And also for women who don't have insurance and who, or still want to not use their insurance, they could pay, and the cost of a midwife is way less. Like it's like $5,000 cash, whereas a hospital bill is like somewhere close to $20,000, including insurance, and then you still have to pay about $5,000 anyways out of pocket. So it's affordable even for those who choose not to have health care insurance.
And midwifery is a lot like behavioral health, right? There's a lot of stigma, there's a lot of misconceptions about it, but it's ancestral knowledge. And we've all been, as practitioners, we've all been trained. In fact, we've probably been trained more than most actual professionals in our field.
Right, and I am a nurse,
I'm working towards my licensure. I have both a BSN and an ASN. And evidence-based practice in this field says that there are less disparities in a home-like setting. So just to put it out there, if you're looking for another option, a home-like setting is where people are going to thrive and there will be less disparities.
Sure.
You
Okay.
can look that up.
No, I understand what you're saying. My question again, back to the insurance is, does the insurance company require the midwife to have a relationship or a connection to a medical doctor?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. So would this midwife that's going to be in this business have that connection?
So let me clarify that. In the particular protocol, if things had to be escalated, that would be the case. As of, like, if it's a birth, she's gonna abide by specific protocols, as Jeanette was saying, for prevention.
Okay.
Okay, then I think to answer your question, there's a difference between the type of midwife that Monica is as opposed to the type of midwives that Alumbra was. They see that they're nurse midwives, BSN nurse midwives, and Monica is, I believe what they call a laying midwife, so she, is that what it's called?
No, it's not a laying midwife, it's just personal training.
Oh,
That's
I'm sorry,
not the
okay.
formal training.
I didn't know the name
No,
for that,
she
but
is
she's a
licensed.
midwife, a licensed midwife, so it's just a different type, so she doesn't have to have like, Alumbra had to have the access and stuff like that and be able to deliver in the emergency room. No, she might go with them in a doula capacity, but she wouldn't go deliver in the hospital for them.
Okay, but the insurance company doesn't state that or stipulate that the midwife should have a medical doctor overseeing the birth.
If you're asking whether they bill under another doctor, if they hand their license under another doctor, the answer is no.
I'm not talking about billing, I'm just talking about having a
No, Vince,
It's a
just
collaboration.
It's just your choice as a patient, like your choice of care professional. Like you could choose to go to, like for example, a dental procedure. If you want, you could go to a general dentist who does root canals, or you could go to an endodontist. It's basically your preference, but the insurance will cover whichever you choose.
Okay, all right. What about the postpartum services? Who does that? Is that the therapist or is it the midwife?
Well, there's postpartum aftercare, so there's a physical aftercare that they're gonna receive from the midwife. And then there's the behavioral health services that they would receive from me. So that they actually get a broad range of services.
Okay. And are you going to be in this house?
Yes,
No?
I'm the LCSW.
Okay, so are you the therapist?
Social worker, yes, correct.
You're the therapist, okay, that's what I was wondering. And who would the acupuncturist be?
Her name's Norma Navarro, and she's also the birth assistant, and that's again why she's gone.
You had mentioned that the community members that are receiving services at the New Mexico Behavioral Health Institution is not your clients.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
So men don't go to this area either.
I have had one male client. I'm actually no longer seeing that client. I'm booked with women, and I actually am going to just stick with them. Our referrals are too high right now. I have a waiting list at this point of women, and I'm going to prioritize women.
Okay. And how many customers per day you think you would be seeing?
Right now, I'm back to back on Tuesdays. I'm back to back on Thursdays, so that would be 8 clients a day.
What about the midwife? How many, she would go to the patient's home?
Oftentimes, that would be the case. She could see them in the casita. She could see them for a wellness check or some breastfeeding lactation services. But in general, she would typically see them at their own home.
Okay.
So wherever the client is most comfortable is where we're going to provide the services.
Okay, so the birthing can happen in this house?
That's only in the case of if the house, if a client's house maybe doesn't have adequate services. Maybe somebody's out of propane, maybe somebody's out of like water, things like that. Then maybe we would open that opportunity up. But it's really, the idea is that people birth in their own homes. That's what we want to prioritize.
I know that Jesusita, when she was doing her birthing, there wasn't a lot of medical restrictions and doctors involved and all that stuff.
Right.
But nowadays there is. And that's why my questions on insurances and medical connections or relationships are for.
Yes, in the state of New Mexico, women have the right to choose to have a midwife. They also have the right to choose a doctor. In her case.
Yeah. My wife had my son's she had a midwife also, and but we had to go to the hospital to give birth to my son. But it's very important that the women, have their choice. I think it's very it's good that you can do that.
Yeah, and I just want to add, Monica has also been trained by not only did she go through her formal regular training, but she also went through training by a woman who delivered babies in Uganda and in war-torn countries. So her level of skill and care is actually much higher than the average midwife or nurse midwife.
The only concern, that, again, as I stated at the beginning, is that there was no traffic study. I think it's important to have that traffic study. I would like to see this issue tabled until we have that traffic study. So that's my opinion on that.
And I'd like to, I'm hearing that the births are going to happen at home, the majority of the births.
Yes, correct.
So I don't see that being a problem, but I want to defer that to Maria before we continue.
Actually, like I said, the only traffic that I've noticed, but I will do that, I'll figure out a way to do that traffic study when I come back on starting Monday. If you wanted me to do that, and I'll figure it out and get it done. Because most of the traffic that I've seen when I'm in that area, because I go to the assessor's office a lot, the county courthouse a lot, most of the traffic that I see is first thing in the morning from, like, say, 7:30 to 8:30, maybe 9 o'clock, when they're dropping off the kids, the buses are dropping off, and when they're picking them up in the afternoon, which is about 2:30 to 3:30, 3:45. But that happens every school.
Right,
I go to my physical therapy here on Legion Drive.
So maybe the appointments that you do cannot be, between those times.
Well, she did mention that.
Yeah, I did say that. So
Even in the afternoon.
well, that makes it a little bit challenging for the families that we do serve because they're moms and
I understand.
they're picking their kids up after school and coming to see us, and so that's where that challenge is. But we don't want to serve in the morning. I mean, it's very difficult for families to come in the morning to see us, and I'm coming from Villanueva, so I don't want to do it either, frankly.
Sure. Yeah. And I really feel that we need to understand the opposition's point of view about the traffic. It's important that we address that issue. And I think I can't personally give you that direction, Maria, but the council has to do that. So that's my...
Okay. Councilor Romero?
Go ahead.
Oh, Councilor Romero.
I am concerned about the traffic and the residents around that. We're 14 in my family. 13 out of my family were delivered by midwives, all of us. Real concerned about maybe I do see the parking areas that if it's going to be developed, what I saw in this picture, I could see signs that would say you can come in between 8 and 4, or I know that the school during the summer they don't have school, so it's not going to be that congested. I am really concerned about the citizens around our neighbors. If we can get a little more educated or give them a little more input, what I know you guys talked about a lot of things back and forth, but I think we should have maybe talked to our residents like maybe 3-4 months before we invited to the council. Maybe they could have got a little more educated and because it does, we're going to take care of babies, that's fine with me and everything else, but there should have been a little more studies on it before they brought it to us.
Did we do public input hearings?
No, we did not. I did not do. I was on 20 hours a week at that time when we got this application, and according to the ordinance, I had to take it before planning and zoning within 40 days.
So
So it really doesn't give us a,
So can I ask this question too? I mean, if we're talking specifically about commercial zoning and we fit the requirements, we understand that there's safety issues, but we do fit the requirements of commercial zoning. Like that's black and white, right? And we do have parking, so that's not an issue. Been hearing the issue about traffic, but we've also discussed, and I've shown you pictures of, is that the children aren't passing like back and forth on that street. They actually have to go around. And so they're not passing right in front of where we're at because we're on an L.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, I have a grandson that is the boss lives him in Santa Fe Street. So he has to cross through some time to get to my home. And he's only 7 years.
Dangerous.
Thank you.
Excuse me, and I just like to invite you guys to go there between 8 o'clock in the morning and 3 o'clock and judge for yourself. You'll conclude that the traffic is dangerous and hazardous, and again, to put these services in this location doesn't make any sense. As far as the person that was delivering babies, what's your name? She delivered me as well. She delivers on Gonzalez. I don't know if you've been to Gonzalez. There is so much room. You can park your car anywhere, and right there would be the perfect place for services. Now, again, it is a hazardous location. The kids' security and their well-being is at stake. So again, I suggest that all of you go again in the morning when the traffic is flowing, and then go again at 3 o'clock, and again, you will conclude that we're correct. Thank you.
My question is, we know that there's going to be 1 or 2 additional cars. If it was residential, I believe somebody against testified that they had so many cars that they had to get rid of them. So that means that they have more than 1 car. If there were residents, would we be looking at it the same way? Because we know now what their patient flow is going to be like. They testified, they're giving you HIPAA as the reason why they can't have people coming in and going at the same time. So is the concern really 1 or 2 cars, and we're going to do a study over that?
Right. When we have parking things for 5. Like, I mean, to me, it's simple math, right?
I'd like to speak really quick. I think probably a lot of residents' concern also, even though they don't want to say it, is the picture of what a person with mental health issues look like. And Casey, if you'd like to take a picture of me and send it to your concerned constituents, then I would happily pose by the flag or something. This is the picture of a mother who has to get counseling because I have a lot on my plate. And, like, it's not that big of a deal. I think it's far worse of a deal if I wouldn't seek help, it's mothers of young children. Safety is our #1 priority for our children, for your children, for our community. We're trying to make our community better so we could stay. There's not much. We don't ask for much. I don't care. I'm from, that there's not a huge theater, that we don't have a shopping mall. I'm from Mora. I think Vegas is like a huge city for me. I'm asking for simple, basic health care. And this worry about liability and doctors and stuff like that, I think we're relying too much on Western medicine, and I think it'd be a great thing for us to get back to our ancestral knowledge and wisdom and just go back to natural remedies, because when the medical system fails us and gives us the middle finger by taking their OB department out, they don't care about us. When we have local women who care about us, I think we should give them the opportunity to serve us. That's what they were educated for.
This is mental wellness too, because we're not only talking about being sick, we're talking about being well. We're talking about being present for our children. And this is what it looks like, and you are more than welcome to take a picture of me and my family.
Before you speak, I need to acknowledge you, please. Don't just all stand and speak. I think Councilor Romero wants the floor, and let him take.
I just got a point of clarification because, coming into this, it's like Councilor Ulibarri said, there wasn't, too much notice. This is what we got as far as testimony. We didn't, tonight there was some concerns as far as the traffic. Now, after you guys have spoken, I'm understanding that the parking is going to be off Church Street, not Santa Ana.
We have a parking lot. We have a
parking of 5 spaces, my lot, and the driveway of 50 feet, 25 feet.
Is that right off of Church Street?
On Church Street, yes. And again, Church Street has no access to
There's no room.
See, because I'm looking at the map of Santa Ana, and there, I did see the yellow stripe on the Google, that's something that just can't be changed. I know a while back, right about a year ago, there was some concern on Rio Arriba Street where, the family was asking to remove that yellow stripe. I want to know, that's parking ordinance changes. Is all that going to have to be done in order?
No. We don't have to change the yellow striping. That yellow striping was put there because of the school.
Okay, and then the other thing,
What does that mean, the yellow stripe?
They can't park there.
They can park there.
They can't park there. That's a no parking zone. And if you noticed over there on Church Street, there's about, the curbing on the Google map, there's about 20 feet. That's got a yellow stripe right in front, right close to where the entrance, the driveway to the house is. That's another one that's yellow striped. And that was done because they had the school area down there at the bottom by Hot Springs entrance that it's not being used anymore.
So those stripes weren't placed by ordinance?
They've been there for a long time, and that was something I believe the school did.
It used to be a cafeteria down there, that's why they put them there.
Yeah.
And the other thing, just to state, I know there's been some concern here that, why there, I just, Madam Attorney, if you could explain, we can't discriminate, where a property of a business is, am I right? Or can you give us,
Well, certainly, they're asking for a change from a residential to a commercial. I think that's within their right task to rezone. If you're talking about the purpose of the commercial, I think you can discriminate as to why.
the concern, I know, you guys might question as to why we ask about the traffic and in the area. One thing, that I put down here in my notes, but I guess you've explained, a portion of it, that some of the birthing will happen at the homes of the patients. My question was, what would happen during a birthing emergency during peak traffic hours? Let's say 3:30, at peak time when there's buses and parents going through. What happens at that time when there's, it's not, now you've explained, but let's say something happened there, to get an emergency vehicle into that property. That was one of my concerns.
Monica is prepared Monica is the midwife, and Monica is prepared to transfer patients from a much more rural area into a functioning hospital. That could be about an hour and a half away. So that's why that chamber that she spoke about earlier, not everybody has that. You can go ahead and look it up, and that would save the life.
I think of more importance here is that I believe that what was stated is the majority of the births actually happen at their home, not at the.
And that was clarified, but I'm
center.
just trying to explain, my concern at the time of the traffic.
Then just know that she's prepared for an hour and a half commute.
That's already established at the hospital. And we've already talked about the morning, like the morning's already been inoculated, we're not coming in until after school morning.
And also, you know what,
Mr.
it's
Griego?
fine and dandy about having this for baby birth and stuff, but what happens, let's look at the big story, big picture, what happens when they leave? What is Mr. Martinez gonna want to bring next? That's the thing. That's the thing.
Point of order, please. Councilor Romero.
And Madam Mayor, that's.
Point of order, you're out of order, wait.
And that was going to be my last questions to Mr. Martinez, is I think we're all in agreement that our community needs these services. There's no doubt about that.
Somewhere else.
I think a lot of the concern has been what happens when he leaves. We don't want a smoke shop or some other type of business, in that area. And I think that's probably another concern. I think Councilor Howell brought that up, is what happens afterwards.
Okay, I think the question on that is that it's a neighborhood commercial. Could you explain that versus a commercial? It's huge.
A neighborhood commercial zone. The purpose is this zone is intended to provide for the development of limited commercial enterprises in the neighborhood areas in which they are situated in order to supply convenience, goods, and services to the residents of these neighborhood areas. Permitted uses in the C1, apartments are allowable in multi-story buildings, institutions like a church or other place of worship, including incidental recreation and educational facilities, museums and libraries, public buildings and uses operated for public purposes, provided such buildings are designed and constructed in such a manner that the character of the area is not altered, schools and colleges together with the necessary facilities and equipment to ensure their proper operation, offices, business and professional, public utilities or utilities operated by mutual agencies consisting of water wells, gas metering and regulating stations, telephone exchanges, booster stations, or conversion plants with the necessary buildings, appurtenances, or appurtenances incident thereto, but not including distribution mains, provided any buildings necessary to such utilities are similar in design and structure to other buildings in the area of the proposed use. And then it also allows for retail sales of the following goods: art or antique shops, bakery goods shop, books, magazines, newspapers, stationery stores, clothing, shoes, dry goods, cosmetics, notions, hobby supplies, drugs, medical supply, flowers and plants, food and drink for some consumption on premise but on not driving restaurants, gasoline, oil, liquefied petroleum for vehicular use, sales, convenience, grocery stores, sporting goods store, services, a bicycle or motorized bicycle repair shop, banking or financial institution, barbershop, beauty shop, shoe shine stand, or other such personal service establishment, a dry cleaning, laundry, clothes pressing provided. There is no inflammable combustible materials. All activities should be conducted within a completely enclosed building. Such agency or establishment shall be operated principally as a retail business. The portion of the building in which any cleaning process shall be done shall be at least 50 feet away from any R1, R2, RA, or RR zone. So there's some restrictions.
There's a lot of restrictions.
Okay. Medical or dental clinics, those are allowed. A photography studio, repair of shoes, household equipment, a service station for automobiles, not big enough for a service station.
So it has to meet certain requirements.
It has to meet certain requirements.
It's
We
basically.
even allow some of that.
Yeah, so it's basically a neighborhood commercial, meaning that it's going to allow anything that's going to benefit the neighborhood rather than hurt the neighborhood. So there are a lot of limitations so that there aren't these smoke shops and other things that
There's a
do
lot of
come in.
restrictions.
And Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If I also can, Mr. Martinez, is this a long-term lease that you're going to have with this agency, or is it month to month, or?
It would just be a one-year lease, and I'm giving them a chance to get established within the community. I bought this property as a retirement home for myself. I live in Montezuma. I rent in Montezuma. I rent a house in Montezuma. I had planned on retiring into this home. As a matter of fact, some of the neighbors are my family members. I will be leaving the home to family. And some of the members that are here are my family members. So I will stay with the family.
Councilor Romero?
As I have been offered $200,000 from New York City to use this as a second home. I've opted not to do that. I would rather support than a block away. We already have 2 weeks a year. I'm not trying to gentrify this neighborhood. I could sell it and then see what happens. Neighborhood would change.
And can I add to that? One of the reasons why we respect Mr. Lorenzo so much is that he heard us on the station. He called us and said, I think I have a, because we were 3 women of color, and he is very much against the gentrification of the neighborhood. And in fact, he has, if you've seen the outside of the house, it looks like he hasn't fixed the outside of the house because he didn't want to raise his neighbor's property tax. He didn't want to make those kind of changes. He wanted to respect his neighbors. And he chose three women of color for that particular reason. He could have, in any case, the house is so beautiful and fully furnished. He could have sold it to anybody he wanted to, but he didn't because he cared about his community.
Councilor Romero?
I'm just confused as the yellow line, no parking area and that, but it doesn't really
The
matter
yellow
because
lines
that's not, I'm just,
have been there for a while.
Oh, it's been there
once-
for a long time.
Yeah.
but I guess,
Like
it
grandfathered
doesn't
in.
matter anymore, it just,
The yellow line is to protect the kids, so that the yellow line means there's no parking, so that it protects the kids. It's based for the school. And just to summarize a little bit about this, we heard the issues about the commercial zoning. We realized that it is neighborhood commercial, so it is a benefit to the community and the neighborhood in that area. Also, they do meet the 1,500 square feet, which is required per the ordinance in order for them to meet the needs of the commercial zoning as well. And they are only going to have 3 or 4 cars at a time, which their parking lot fits, 4 to 5 cars. And the issue has also been addressed about the emergencies, if they needed to, they're fit to get anybody they need to even out of there. Or if they only have the 2 cars in there at the time, they can fit an ambulance in there to meet those emergency needs. We could do a traffic study for the 4 or 5 cars that are going to be there. But in reality, they do meet all the ordinances that are needed to meet in order to be able to be zoned as a neighborhood commercial C1.
I'm going to allow one more question from the back, the gentleman in the back. Mr. Marquez?
I don't think that anyone in this room is contesting the services. I commend the people that want to do this. I really do. I think the community does need it. But it seems like the issue is location. So if I can't rally behind these people, approach some commercial landowner right now and ask if they can help them out. Because these people aren't, the providers, it's a group practice. And that's, they're not going to practice for free. I mean, they'll be getting paid for their services, so, they're going to start getting reimbursed for their services. We can help if we can rally behind them and maybe approach a landowner, a commercial landowner. Matt Crow, who was chairman of the planning and zoning committee, being a realtor, he pointed out there are numerous.
There is an answer to that, and I think she's got it.
Okay, one more question.
We've already looked at more than 10 different locations. We have not found one that fits our budget. Again, Mr. Martinez came through giving us rent at 1/3 of the cost, which you can easily rent that house, and that's why it works for us.
if I may.
I'm going to close discussion from the public, and we need to make a decision. Go ahead, Ms. Marco.
One other thing is that we can do this traffic study, but we also need to look at, the issue of discrimination came up earlier, discrimination against a business. Because if we look even in other areas, say the Plaza area, JC's Pizza holds a lot more people there. There's parking issues, there's safety concern with the schools and everything around there. And there's more than one business there. So, that's something to consider also when we're looking at these issues as well.
You're absolutely correct. Okay, what is the pleasure, we have to make a decision. What is the pleasure of the board? Councilor Casey.
I have been giving this issue a great deal of thought, and I understand and empathize with both sides. And I really just want people to know that I'm sincerely concerned for both sides. I know the needs of the people who have lived there for a long time. Like I said, I've spoken to two people that called me from that neighborhood. They are here this evening, and I appreciate their input. And I did try to explain at the time that at least the first person that called me what the purpose of the business was for, in hopes that they would have a better understanding as to what was going to be going on there. And I have heard a presentation from Monica Larea at the San Miguel County Family and Community Health Council. And I do understand that they have had a very difficult time trying to find a place to settle, and they thought they had found one, and that didn't work out. And they've worked very diligently at trying to find a place here in Las Vegas where they can provide services for the women in that community. And so I was, Councilor Howell, I was also, I was the only person in my family that wasn't birthed by Jesucita. All my sisters were delivered by Jesucita, but she knew that I was a breech birth, and she told my mother, go to the hospital. And so I was delivered at the hospital because of that, because she knew that she would not be able to deal with that at my mother's home at that time. So they used to call me the hospital baby at home. Anyway, so I truly believe in midwifery, and I believe that we do need those services for our women. I believe that women, as parents, some of them sole parents, require extra help from the outside in dealing with problems and situations that occur to them. Married couples need assistance in adjusting to children in the home. And so for all of those reasons, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor, I move that we approve the zoning change from residential to C1.
Do I have a second? I will call for a second again. Do we have a second?
A second.
Second. Thank you very much. Roll call.
Councilor Howell?
Before I say my vote, I personally would like to have a formal analysis of traffic study. And I think it's very important that we address this concern. And if that's not going to happen, then my vote is no. But I think that it's important that we do have this traffic study. My suggestion of postponing it, not actually eliminating this, but postponing it until the next meeting in December to, by then, have a traffic study done by then.
Thank you very much. Councilor Howell, you voted. Continue.
Councilor Romero?
Voting?
Yes.
I just want to state this, is that some comments were made about let's work together, come together, and I ask you, I'm going to give my vote now. My vote is yes, but I ask you to please work with the neighborhood and please, because I know I sit on the Head Start, in the Head Start Policy Council, and we deal with pregnant mothers, and I know the services that we need. So please work with the neighbors. And I know, we can't, commit you to that, but please do that.
Okay, you voted yes?
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Ulibarri Jr.?
No.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Romero. Mayor, we have a tie.
This is a difficult decision, but I have to do what's in the best interest of the women in this community. I'm a woman and I'm a mother, and I support the women. I support you. It's tough on me as a mayor, but I will do the right thing. I vote yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion does carry.
Thank you very much. Let's continue. Thank you, ladies, very much.
Thank you very much. The second item on the business items, Madam Mayor, members of the council, is the approval, disapproval of international. Let's just take a few minutes. Let's take a few minutes.
We're going to move on to.
It's not over. We would have to get a hold of,
I would like to
Esther, this is Esther Gardino, that's our attorney, and they want to know the appeal process.
They should.
If they should.
They should.
I would like to do that.
Very
You want to get the phone number?
Yes, we still have a meeting, so.
All right. All right, we need to continue with our meeting.
So this will go through till we talk to the lawyer, right?
Well, there's an appeal process.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Move forward. Are we ready?
Back on track. Gracias.
Take a deep breath. Everybody take a deep breath. We'll be fine. All right. Item number 2, business items, is the approval, disapproval of the International Association of Firefighters Local 4625 a union agreement. We have the management team as well as the union team before us. Thank you all for being here. I know it's been a long evening.
Good evening, gentlemen. How are you?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, Chief Manager. I will try to keep this short. I know it's been a long evening for everybody. So I have a few bullet points to go over. And this is the 2018 IAFF negotiations with the City of Las Vegas. Over the past 5 to 6 months or so, City of Las Vegas management team and local IAFF 4625 have had several meetings negotiating and compromising on approximately 15 articles within this full contract. The management team consisted of Ms. Tana Vega, Ms. Darlene Arguello, Kenny Roybal, and myself. On the union side, we had President Joseph Garofalo, Vice President Antonio Gonzalez, Secretary John Sutres, and John Vigil. At this time, I would like to thank members of the management team and members of the IFF for everything they did. This showed hard work and dedication to complete this contract, so thank you all. The primary objectives of these negotiations were to establish a clear line of communication between both parties and to fully understand the needs of our employees. Throughout the contract that you have in front of you, Ms. Arguello has redlined anything that has been changed so it reflects exactly what was agreed upon. Some of the articles only required additional language in order for it to be more precise and clear. Other articles took a bit more time and evaluation in order to agree on what would be beneficial to both parties. These articles are listed in the contract as Article 17, Physical Fitness, Article 24, Hours of Work, Article 31, Compensation, Article 32, Educational Pay, Article 34, Sick Leave Incentive, and last but definitely not least, Article 38, Terms of the Agreement. So to give you a little bit of background on Article 17, Physical Fitness, the changes to this article allows the employee up to 2 hours to maintain physical conditioning on a daily basis. It also specifies all safety requirements, personal hygiene, and dedication to the wellness program, which contains the physical fitness policy. Article 24, Hours of Work. We went from a trial basis for the 48-hour 96 work schedule to a permanent schedule, and it provides a clear and precise shift cycle rotation and overtime compensation with accordance to FSLA. Good?
Yes, we're good. Go ahead.
Sorry for the interruption.
I'm sorry.
So as I was saying, we'll move on to Article 31, compensation. It was agreed that all bargaining unit employees will receive a 75-cent wage increase to their hourly wage and a 1.5% annual increase thereafter. Article 32 is a new article and it's educational pay. All members of the bargaining unit will receive $50 a month for an associate's degree, $100 a month for a bachelor's degree, and $150 for a master's degree. Article 34, sick leave incentive. We went all full-time employees on shift work schedules who take less than 12 hours off within a 6-month time frame will be issued 24 hours of admin leave. Article 38, terms of agreement. We all agreed that we should start this negotiation process a bit earlier and change the section from March to February. With that, I'll entertain any questions from the governing body.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Questions, comments? Councilor Casey?
Yeah. Please explain to me Article 14.
Licensure?
No, insurance.
Okay. Article 13.
14. I think it's, maybe it's 13 because it got renumbered.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I had a question on the, let's see.
Oh.
No, the question was insurance disability, okay? The employee will now pay 100%. Before, the employer paid 75% and the employee paid 25%.
Okay, that was just a correction because the contract prior to was incorrect.
Okay, so
So upon review of it, it was
no
just a
change,
correction.
It was just a correction
Yes,
for what
ma'am.
was really being done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, let me see. I had a question on Article 7. See, the employer shall, let me see. The union rights. The employer shall allow the union president, the other union officers, or union members designated by the president to attend unpaid status meetings in which the employer requests the assistance of the union president. So to me, that needed a little bit of clarification because does that mean that only the union president, in the language before, the one that's not bolded, says other union officers or union members, but then it says that the employer is requesting the assistance of the union president. So which one is it? All of them or just the union president?
Yes, ma'am. On Article 7, letter C, the language will remain, the employer shall allow union president, other union officers, or union members designated by the president to attend unpaid status meetings in which the employer requests the assistance of the union president. So it includes all of, upon request of the employer.
But is that for negotiations?
It goes out to, let's say, any trainings that may happen, anything to do with the department in general. If we request any of our employees just on a daily basis, they'll have the opportunity to go.
Okay, so does that mean that all requests will go directly to the union president only? And then if the union president can't render the assistance that is being requested by the employer, then the other officers and members would be chosen by the president to assist in whatever manner?
Sure, like for example, if Mr. Garofalo couldn't, if we requested him to help us out with something and he couldn't go to the course or to the meeting or whatever, he would designate whoever he feels fit to attend.
That's what I thought it meant, but I wanted to make sure. Thank you very much, that's all.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilor Howell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief, the negotiating team did the bargaining, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did they go back to the members of your, of the union?
Yes.
To take a vote?
Yes, sir, they did.
And what was the vote?
I'll let Mr. Garofalo answer that for you.
I'll go ahead and answer that. To ratify you, we have to get a vote from each of our members. And pretty much we're a smaller union, so we have all the members that we had were on the negotiating team at the time when we ratified. So it was a unanimous vote to move forward with that. At the time there was 6 members on the union, and then we had one employee of ours went to a different job, so that remained 5 of us on the team because we're allowed up to 6 according to the ground rules. And so the vote was unanimous from those 5 to move forward with the ratification of the contract.
So this, thank you for that. The 75-cent raise, is that only for the union members?
Right now as the contract reads, yes.
I'm sorry?
Right now as the contract reads, yes.
Okay. So how many non-union members do you have?
Oh, non-union members, we have 3 lieutenants and 6 entry level.
Okay, and they don't get the 75-cent raise?
Not pertaining to this contract, no.
Okay. Okay, so the members that ratified it, they all were okay with this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I wanted to find out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Mayor?
Councilor Casey.
I move approval of the International Association of Firefighters, IAFF, Local 4625 agreement.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Councilor Romero?
Yes.
Councilor Casey?
Yes.
Councilor Olivari Jr.?
Yes.
Councilor Howell?
Yes.
Have a motion by Councilor Casey, a second by Councilor Howell and Councilor Olivari Jr. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion
I want
carries.
to commend you and your staff for all the work that you did to bring this contract forward and for being considerate and fair with your staff. That is so important. That demonstrates good, solid leadership because you can make a decision that is going to positively impact your staff. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And
Thank you, council, for all the
congratulations,
support.
Absolutely.
Really appreciate it, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Montoya.
You're welcome. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is the approval, disapproval of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME, Local 2851. And we have Cassandra. And let me see.
I'm looking for the AFSCME team. Any members for the AFSCME team on the union side? We had Abraham and Michael Blair. Are they?
They walked out. So I couldn't be with us tonight.
Okay.
Abraham had an emergency.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Mayor. If it's okay if I can present from here since I don't have any.
I'm the board secretary for Local 2051, but I was not on the negotiation team. So.
Have a seat. You can. Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Before you, we have the AFSCME Local 2851 agreement, and this is the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. The city entered into the contract negotiations with AFSCME for purposes of negotiating a new contract. We had an entire contract to go through, so any and all articles were brought to the table from either side. So it took us quite a while to get through all of these articles. And if Darlene has redlined all of the articles that were changed, and you can see the new language that's in blue, and in red is the crossed out language. Okay. And we had on our AFSCME team, the management team consisted of myself, Darlene Arguello, Don Cole, Pam Sandoval, Commander Pam Sandoval, Barbara Padilla, and Tana Vega. So that was the management team. And we had on the AFSCME team, Sam Chavez was a representative for AFSCME. And we had our president, Abraham Maestas, and Michael Blair, and they were here earlier tonight, but I guess they had to leave. So,
okay, questions, comments? Councilor Casey.
I'm sorry, I have quite a few questions. I'll try to stick to
Darlene, could you please come to the front? Sure,
stick to the ones that gave me heartburn. On Article 9,
okay,
and I'm leaving some out, I want you to know, so I'm trying to cut this short. On page 6,
yes,
it says under disciplinary action, A, supervisor shall retain a daily record of such meeting in a working file and provide HR a copy to keep a separate file. Why was that changed from may to shall?
I think on most of this we cleaned up the language, and may, meaning we want them to, they shall keep that information and give it to us in a separate file. In other words, we would keep it in a separate file in HR.
We want to keep counseling sessions away from disciplinary actions because they're not really considered a disciplinary action, so we would keep it in a soft file where it would not really come into play with the disciplinary process, but that way we can refer back to it that at some point they were counseled on the issue. Yes.
Okay. Okay, then under that same.
Hold on. Sorry. I disagree with what you stated. Let me tell you why. Because in HR, the minute that you create a soft file, that is progressive discipline, which will lead up to disciplinary action and up to termination. So your statement here today is inconsistent with the actual process. So maybe can we have the attorney provide us Ms. Fortuny?
I would have to do some research on that. Okay. But I could do that.
Okay. Okay.
And Mayor, if I may add,
Yes, go ahead.
we did have guidance from our
Dana Holcomb.
Dina Holcomb, and she does union negotiations. She studies negotiations.
Was she involved in this?
Yes, she was.
Okay.
So in fact, she reviewed the entire document and then gave us her recommendations. So we went based off her recommendations on all of the changes that were made.
But the explanation of that is not consistent with what happens. Okay, I know you understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Maybe I should preface all of my questions by saying that I was a union member all my life, all my working career.
Just once, say it. That's good, you got it. It's on the record now. Okay.
And I really support unions, and to be honest, some of this language just really hit me the wrong way. D, types of discipline. It says written warning, and the language that is in red was removed, and it says removal from the personnel file 1 year after an employee has received the written warning. So with that language being removed, does that mean that written warnings will permanently remain in the employee file.
So if you,
If I
Madam Mayor?
read that, the way I'm reading it, okay, types of discipline. So it's actually just listing the types of discipline, but I hope that this comes into the removal somewhere else.
so yes, if you look at F on the next page.
That's my next
Yes.
question. Yeah.
Okay, good.
It's will not be used for progressive discipline after 1 year, so we redid the language.
So that one's okay.
And
And I don't mean to be tacky here, but if that language was in a collective bargaining agreement that I had to work under, I would protest because the situation that I had to work in, I didn't trust management to not use that warning letter as progressive discipline. And so it says a letter of reprimand will not be used for progressive discipline after 2 years.
1 year.
So, no, it says 2 years.
Oh, I got you.
It says written warning will not be
Got you,
used for
got you.
progressive
I got it.
discipline after 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
But it'll still be in there for 2 years. And so I don't like that language. Okay, the next one is Article 9, number 1. Okay, what does reasonably mean? Is there a definition for reasonably anywhere? It says written personnel policies and procedures shall be reasonably applied to all employees. Is there a definition for reasonably anywhere, and what is reasonable and what is not?
There should be definitions. Where are the definitions?
there's not a definition for, it's for reasonably. We went back and forth on a lot of these, negotiating on the table, and this is something that the union wanted in there. And so we agreed upon it.
Where are the definitions?
Let me see.
I don't see them.
It's not,
I don't believe there's
There's
any
any
definitions.
definitions.
There
No.
aren't
Well, then
any
this is
definitions.
incomplete. There should be definitions.
Madam Mayor,
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
if I just, one question, you said we had somebody that was our advisor to this?
Yes,
An
Ms.
attorney.
Dina Holcomb, she's an attorney.
Is she daughter to John Martinez?
Yes.
In that group? Okay, I've done that with John, okay.
And they've been helping us throughout the years with
Do we have any
all of
other
our union
questions
contracts.
regarding the contract?
No, I just clarification as to
Okay.
if we wanted changes on this, we would have to go back for ratification, right?
Yes, this has been
Yeah.
ratified by the union.
But if we
It's been agreed
recommended
upon.
changes, it would still have to go back.
It would have to go back to the table.
Go, okay, Counselor Casey?
Okay, on page 8, under the grievance, C, it says if the employee elects to bring a representative other than the union to the grievance appeal, then the city will require a written waiver of representation from the union in the action. Okay, and then later on, it says, in a situation where the employee has elected not to use the union services and is requesting arbitration, the employer and the employee shall deposit $6,000, up $3,000 from $3,000. Why was that moved up?
Because of the costs have gone up, and I don't know if the attorney can attest to that, but again, Dina Holcomb stated that that can run per day. I mean, she said the costs are crazy. They've gone from anywhere from, for an arbitration case, I mean, they're in the thousands.
So isn't that very prohibitive to the person that wants to grieve? I mean, if I'm an employee and I want to grieve the decision, and I don't have $6,000, am I just out of luck? Like, too bad. What happens then? Is there any recourse for those union members who don't have $6,000 to dish out when they want to grieve a decision?
And I believe this is the union, right?
Page,
Well,
I'm on
this is where
page
it's,
8.
when it's already to arbitration.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it,
Yes.
C, under C. Okay, gotcha, complaining.
Councilor Romero
I
thinks
think
he
I
can
might
answer
be
my
able to,
question.
just in my experience, I believe that it's the union that pays that fee. I don't know.
Both the employer and the union would have, the union employee would have to pay. But this is when it gets to arbitration already. So they can grieve and appeal a disciplinary action.
But will the union
But
pay
it
for
was my
that is what he
understanding,
said.
my understanding is that it comes out of, as the union's guiding you through the
Representatives.
process, they know whether you have a case or not, so they feel strongly that, they're wrong and
They
it's
would be-
part of.
it
The
would be
union
paid by the
itself
union
pays
itself.
the fee is the way I've seen it. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong here, but.
I've seen it the same way. I believe you're correct.
Okay, then my next question is on Article 13, page 10.
I'm sorry, let me go back to it. The way I'm reading this, it says here, in a situation where the employee has elected not to use the union services, so if he's not using the union services and is requesting arbitration, the employer and the employee shall deposit the $6,000. So that's.
So that leaves the
Yeah.
employee hanging,
Yes.
is what it does. Okay, page 10, Article 13, rest period. B, it says after working, if an employee is required to work 16 consecutive hours, he or she is guaranteed an 8-hour unpaid rest period immediately following the 16 consecutive hours. Okay. I don't have a problem with that. But the next sentence says vacation leave may be substituted for the unpaid time. So what you're doing is you're giving them time off, but you're making them pay for it.
So,
Well, I want all my questions answered first. Yeah,
Okay, but continue.
I have a real problem with that. I
Okay.
don't think it's fair to the employees.
We're not going to answer the
Page-
questions. I'm going to allow Counselor Casey to continue to read her questions into the record.
Okay. Page 11, Article 17B. Employees may obtain copies of material in their personnel file. It is my understanding that a personnel file is that person's personal, PERSONAL, that belongs to them. A fee of $1 per copy, going up from 10 cents up to 10 pages will be charged. So if that person has 10 pages in a file, it's going to cost them $10 to get it. Copies beyond 10 pages will be provided at 50 cents per page. So if somebody has been working here for, 15 years, their file is going to be pretty thick. And if they want to see their file and they want copies of what's in there, they're going to have to pay a pretty penny. And
It looks like it's almost discouraging employees to arbitrate.
It's discouraging the employees from exercising their rights.
Exactly, in addition.
Okay. Page 12. C. Let me see, where am I? Article, I didn't write the article down. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. There was something about rebuttal. I'm sorry, I didn't like the.
It was on 12?
I think it was on 12. I have page 12C, but I didn't write down which C. Okay. Okay, here it is. Yeah, see at the top of the page. Employees may submit a rebuttal to any material that is placed in the employee's personnel file. Such rebuttal must be submitted within 7 calendar days of the effective date of the material in question. Why was that lowered from 30 days to 7? That doesn't give a person much time. And I know that if a person is being, wanting to have rebut whatever is in their personnel file, that person needs time to think about what they want to say, find information that they may have at home, documentation that will help them to rebut whatever is in the personnel file that they don't think should be there. I don't think 7 days is fair. I think it should stay maybe at the very, very minimum 15 days, not 7.
Okay, thank you.
That's about it. I had a couple of others, but the others I can live with. Those were the ones that really just,
Well, you
I
have
have a
and
problem
made
with
some
it.
very valid points here, Counselor Casey. I'll be very honest, before we even proceed any further, I would like to suggest that we table this item till next month. Hopefully, we can get some answers. Everything that Counselor Casey, the questions that she has raised are duly noted on the record, so maybe you can pull those from the record. We can table this at that point in time and then bring it back to the meeting next month and make certain that if you have any further questions that I'd like to suggest, we can possibly put them in writing, if that's okay, so we can move on, and submit them to Ms. Gagos, so she can get them, unless you want to note your...
I just wanted a clarification.
Sure.
On the personnel file, doesn't the employee have the right to view the personnel file? And
Yes.
if during arbitration, or if he solicits a lawyer, then the lawyer would have to request those files, and the lawyer would be paying for that, not the employee. Well, the employee will pay anyway, but he doesn't have to personally,
And
come
this
out
is
of his
consistent,
pocket.
if I'm not mistaken,
I
with
don't
the
know
fire.
if,
But at the end,
is that
Yes.
correct in
Yes.
saying that?
We have the same in the fire. I don't know if you noticed that. We were trying to be consistent with both of those contracts.
Madam
And
Mayor.
Yes, Counselor Casey.
You know, my goal was not to derail anything here, and I know that the AFSCME folks are probably anxious to get this, done and approved, but my personal opinion is that this is not a fair contract for the employees.
And I agree, I think you're right.
And I cannot support it as written.
Why don't we make a motion to table this?
Madam Mayor? I just want to make a statement, is that in any union contract that's negotiated, we sit on behalf of the management team, as a council or the board. So to the management team, you did one heck of a job, because, you got, things for management. But on the other side, whoever
Dina Holcomb.
No, for management team, but on the other side of the union, whoever fought for the union team, I don't think they fought enough for those employees, honestly. So I think what I'm hearing now is that, at least we all support, the employees and want to make sure that they have a fair shot. Typically, a pro-management board or council would say, yes, let's do this, but I agree with Councilor Casey and Madam Mayor, is that I think this is one that I think the union team needs to step up in no disregard. But
They, as a matter of fact, there was a change in the AFSCME management for the union, on behalf of the union. What I'd like to do, Mayor, is take this back, have a meeting once again with the union, speak with our city attorney so that she can help us through some of these issues, and then bring it back to Mayor and Council. Now, the only thing that will be affected is that 75 cents an hour salary increase, and I know that employees haven't received one for the last 2 years, and so I don't know if there's anything that we can or cannot do, or if we just hold it up, and that's up to Mayor and Council.
Are you talking about item 4?
No, I was talking about the 75 cents on the union contract. Yes, ma'am.
That's not a problem. I think if you bring it back, you should be okay.
So
Approve everything, can we approve?
that's the only thing.
Okay, well,
Money and leave the rest for rewarding.
Did you want to table this and bring it back, or did you want to have it approved here and then move on to 4? I think there's too many changes.
There is.
Why don't
there is some
who's here
changes.
from AFSCME that can speak for?
We did have Michael Blair and
I know, but they left. They're not
they
here,
left.
so.
So we need to really speak to them. We need to have the opportunity to speak to them.
I would strongly recommend we table.
And let me ask, Madam Attorney, sorry I ask you all the questions, but what's your legal opinion? I think, there's concern, there is consensus here that we agree that, these employees deserve that 75 cents, but how long will it take by the
Yes.
time this contracts negotiated, is there something, legally that we could proceed to just approve that 75 cents until?
Well, I think we need to either wait till we accept the contract. I think we're just talking about maybe a dozen things that we need to discuss. I don't think it would take that long to meet and work on the contract and bring it back to council.
The only other step is that we need to take it back to, of course, the union and then have them ratify once again with the changes. And I don't think that they would be unhappy about the changes as well. So we could move it as quickly as possible and see how quickly even if we have possibly a special meeting.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, my point was not to derail anything, and
You're not derailing, you're doing your job, and that's good.
The employees deserve that 75-cent raise, and I
Yes.
would like to see them get it as soon as possible. And if it were up to me, I would say let's, approve the 75-cent raise and leave the rest pending,
We have to have
changes.
the contract in place before we approve the rest.
Pending the others, so, thing is that it's like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? And so that's the situation that we're in, but I really feel that the employees are not being treated fairly to this contract as it is written now.
Madam Mayor, Counselor, what we can do is try to push it through as quickly as we can, as early as early next week, and we'll start working on it and see how quickly we can get it back to you.
I have to call special.
Yeah.
We may have to call a special meeting, but if so be
It'll
it.
be worth it.
Yes.
Okay, I need a motion to table.
Excuse me. Can the pay be retroactive after we approve it?
You need the contract. You can't go back on a retroactive contract. It would be really difficult.
Right.
But if
Well, we'll look into the matter. and
There's
then bring
language
you-
in there that says after the first full pay period after
Exactly.
it's been approved.
And that should cover us.
And we'll move it as quickly as we can.
Okay, I need a motion to table.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to table let's see, where are we?
The American Federation of State.
American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME Local 2851 Agreement.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Roll call.
Counselor Romero?
Yes.
Counselor Howell?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Ulibarri Jr.?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Howell, a second by Counselor Casey. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Counselor.
Item number 4 is approval, disapproval for a salary increase of 75 cents to the regular hourly rate of pay for all non-bargaining unit employees, including part-time employees with at least 1 year of continuous employment with the city, effective the first free pay period after council's approval. But this does present an issue if we want to hold on to this until after AFSCME comes in. I guess I would,
Do it together.
That makes sense.
would that make sense? Would that be all right with you people? Because I feel.
Fair enough. That's
Okay.
fair.
Thank
That's
you.
understandable. Okay, I need another motion to table.
Madam Mayor, I
Thank you.
move that we table salary increase for 75 cents to regular hourly non-bargaining unit employees.
Okay, do I have a
Second.
Roll call.
Counselor Ulibarri Jr.?
Yes.
Counselor Howell?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Romero?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Romero, a second by Counselor Howell and Counselor Ulibarri Jr. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The next item is item number 5, approval, disapproval to publish ordinance number 18-08, an ordinance granting a franchise to Comcast of Colorado, Florida, Michigan, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Washington LLC. And we have Cassandra Preston.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, before you we have the cable franchise agreement, and we're asking for publication of this ordinance. This ordinance has not been approved since 1997 was the last franchise agreement we had. with the cable company, and it was named something different at that time. We did contact Comcast and Miss Erin Muffaletto. I don't, is she here? If you'll come up, please. And she's with Comcast, and she's here to answer any questions that the council might have. See? And this agreement did go through Danelle Smith. She reviewed the entire agreement, and I believe there was about 3 changes that she had, and they're redlined in the agreement. And Comcast did agree to make those changes, so those were the only changes that she recommended, and those were done and completed. So we're here before you tonight to request that we can publish the franchise agreement, and then if it does get approved to publish, we will bring it back next month for adoption of the ordinance.
Thank you very much.
I'll turn it over.
Questions, comments?
I've just got one question in reading the contract that opened my eyes is I know there's a part in there that says that there should be one basic service to every public building and school within the city. So I'm going to ask, I know at the rec center, there's been problems with the cable there on one of the TVs. So I'm wondering, as a city, have we been paying for that, or has it been?
Kenny, would you please stand up? You're shaking your head over there. We need you.
As it stands, we have not been paying for the cable in any of the buildings that have. It was set up with the original franchise agreement. Although when the original franchise agreement was done, there was a lot of the buildings that we're now using, we weren't using, and we moved around. So it's kind of sporadic who has service and who doesn't since then.
So that was my question, that, now that we're making this agreement and we're going to sign off to it, is that to ensure that all those buildings have it. I've made my contacts to the schools to see if they have that one, because that is part of the agreement, and that's what we're going to do, just make sure that we're receiving that service.
That's great. Okay. Any other questions? Don't forget.
Is there and I've read this, but I had so much to read and everything just started to kind of get jumbled up here in my brain. So,
notes.
I know. I did take a lot of notes, but is there anything in the contract that says that Comcast will air our council meetings?
I don't know if you can answer that.
So, Madam Mayor and councilors, I believe you all do not have a PEG channel. So if you had a PEG channel, we would do that for you free of charge through the PEG channel. One option we do provide people that communities that don't have PEG channels is a free online service. So it can be on a website that we provide for you, and we can help you set it up. And it also is available for people that don't have Comcast as well. So even for the communities that do have PEG channels, it's only for Comcast users. So we usually try to encourage them to do the website instead. So it is being seen by more people. But as of now, I don't think there is a channel.
But yeah, right.
Kenny, could you please explain? Sorry, but
that's fine. The PEG channel that Highland, that was originally given to Highlands when the franchise agreement was done back in '97. Highlands is no longer wanting to use it. They have offered to go ahead and let us use it, and we were in the process of working that out. Comcast didn't have a problem with it, other than getting the franchise agreement back up to our, to a new franchise agreement. The last time that I talked to one of the Comcast people here in town, pretty much we were just waiting on the franchise agreement, and then they would release the equipment to us, and from there we would have to get everything set up here.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, because I do have a lot of constituents that watch, that have Comcast service, and they like to watch the council meetings in there.
And I believe we have 1,000 for, that you service here.
Yeah.
Individuals here.
And they love to, that was the one thing that they really, really liked to watch.
So we have the option of watching it through Comcast and then, of course, doing it.
Right, yeah,
The
because a lot
website
of,
as well.
a lot of elderly people like to watch the meetings, but they don't have a computer at home, they don't have internet access, and so they like to watch it on
Yes.
TV.
Exactly.
Okay.
Questions? Councilor Howell.
Thank you, Ma'am. Ma'am, does this mean that if we do it on your website, or you would set up a website for us? So this PEG channel, is that what it's called, PEG channel?
Yeah.
PEG, what?
I'm not sure what it stands for.
Okay.
Public.
If we don't do it with you, then we would have that equipment and we would do it ourselves? Is that?
So.
I'm not understanding, that's why.
So Councilor Howell and committee. So yes, as of now, so Highlands was broadcasting it.
Right.
Sorry for the confusion. Highlands was broadcasting it. I don't believe anything is being broadcasted on it right now because they've been trying to hand it off. So if you went with the website version, you'd no longer be able to do the PEG channel. So it's one or the other.
And the PEG channel would be, the website would be free to us?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And it would have to be incorporated in this contract?
Not technically, no.
Not technically?
No.
Okay.
No, that's something that we always tell people, if you want to do away with your PEG channel, we can help you. I can come and talk to your technology group or whoever you like, so I can help the transition.
Who would control that, the website?
You would.
We would,
Yep.
we would have
Yep.
complete control.
Yep, so you would just send in, kind of how it's done now with the channels, you send in what the channel's going to be, everything uploaded onto the website.
Okay.
It's a lot easier though.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I just had one question. This might not really pertain to this, but you guys also offer internet service.
Correct, not in
company,
Las
but-
Vegas though.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. What's the reason why just not the
Not enough users?
hardware?
Honestly, I'm going to be very honest. I've only been with Comcast for 7 months, so I don't know the whole history. However, I'll tell you, it likely is because there's not enough users that would use it.
And I think, and I'm speaking on behalf of, our constituents, I believe competition is good, and when you're stuck with only one service provider, and maybe this is something that we could discuss later, is maybe the opportunity to bring in your company for internet service, just because competition drives prices, and if there's more competition, lower prices, and in the long run, our community saves.
Yeah.
I think that's something, so, just something to take back to, corporate, I don't know where you come out of, but, I think that's something that would be good for our community. Just my opinion at this point, but.
And I will say, usually what I also recommend, cities that don't have our internet, I will actually tell them, if you can provide a letter, I will then provide it to our headquarters. Because I can say all day, because I'm actually from small town, Ojo Caliente. We don't have Xfinity in that little town. And I'll be the first to say, like, yes, we really need it. Comcast needs to come here. But unless the city is saying it and they're the ones asking for it, it doesn't matter, so.
And to
I'm
that,
happy to help.
Councilor Romero, I believe we have 2 providers for the internet at CenturyLink, and what's the other one?
Desert Gate.
I'm sorry? Desert
Well,
Gate?
actually, there's 3. There's Plateau.
Plateau.
CenturyLink.
There's
and
already
Desert
3.
Gate.
Right. And I think a lot of that is driven by pricing. I don't know if they have the competitive pricing in that bill, so that's going to be one as well. Okay, thank you very much. One more question.
Are the rates for the community users going to go up?
No.
No.
So just again, so you all know, this has nothing to do with rates.
Okay.
Yeah, this just has to do with staying current, making sure things are maintained and updated.
Updated software, correct?
Right.
I understand that.
But just in full transparency, this has nothing to do with rates going up.
Right, I understand that, but the community users that have Comcast, are their rates going to go up?
No, I will say, again.
Not with this
Not with
contract.
this, not
Yeah.
with this. In full transparency, our headquarters do occasionally do rate changes and add little rates here and there. I believe Las Vegas did recently go through a rate change, so nothing is expected to happen anytime soon.
You had mentioned Xfinity, is that here?
No, so Xfinity is just the brand name for like the cable.
I was using it in Sacramento, and I said, show me CNN.
Yeah.
And then boom, there it was.
Yeah,
That's
X1.
good.
Yeah, it's a really cool product.
That was a good one.
Just one more. And one last thing is I've noticed in, in reviewing previous, not here, but just other franchise agreements, is also sometimes there's also included like program sponsorships for that entity. Is that possible?
What, when you say that entities, what do you?
I've seen like with Pepsi Cola, some of those where, if you have a big, something big, well, they would be one of your sponsors and provide, banner.
Oh, so
Yeah.
like if Las Vegas
commercial.
had an event and you
Yes.
needed us to sponsor something.
Yes.
So we do a lot of community outreach. That's part of my purview of my work. One thing that we're doing, I actually, if you did not receive it, please let me know. But I did send out an email recently about our Leaders and Achievers scholarships that are available for all New Mexican high school students. So that's something we provide. We do sponsorships if they fall in our window of services. So if it was something that Las Vegas was doing, let's say with digital equity, it might be something we might be able to look at. But if it's something like healthcare related, again, full transparency, probably not.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's make a decision here. What is the pleasure of the council? This is for publication only, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Councilor Casey.
I move approval to publish ordinance number 18-08, granting franchise to Comcast of Colorado, Florida, Michigan, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Washington, LLC.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Counselor Ulibarri Jr.?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Howell?
Yes.
Counselor Romero?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Howell. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Okay, I'd like to make a statement. If anybody needs to excuse themselves to the bathrooms, please do so, including the council. We will not have an action, I will not take an action item or call for question at that time. Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for waiting.
The next item on the agenda is approval, disapproval of resolution number 18-46, adopting the updated City of Las Vegas Meadow City Express Zero Tolerance Substance Abuse Policy. We have Cassandra Fresquez, HR Director.
Madam Mayor,
Presenting.
members of the council, we have the Meadow City Express is updating their current policy to reflect updated regulations, and this is required by the FTA, which is the Federal Transit Administration of the U.S. Department of Transportation. And they require that we adopt this resolution. It's a requirement that we adopt this resolution with any updates. So I attached the addendums to the policy, and the biggest change were the changes to the drug testing panel, which they added 4 new opioids were added to that drug testing panel. There was a couple other additions. There was a blind specimen testing, and I don't know if you have any questions on any of the additions that were made, but it is a requirement by FTA that we update this by resolution on an annual basis.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions, comments? Councilor Casey.
Thank you. The effective date for the policy addendum is January, so it was adopted last year. And that remains as the base, and then we can.
Yes, and then we
change it
just do
along.
the addendums to it.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other questions? What is the pleasure of the board? Can I make a motion?
Madam Mayor, I move
Counselor
that
Casey,
we
thank you
approve
for taking-
resolution number 18-46, adopting the updated City of Las Vegas Meadow City Express zero tolerance substance abuse policy.
Thank you. Second, roll call.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Second.
Counselor Romero?
Yes.
Counselor Howell?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Ulibarri Jr.?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Howell. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Item number 7, approval, disapproval of resolution 18-49, disposition of obsolete, worn out, or unusable tangible personal property. Bertana Vega, interim finance director. The City of Las Vegas is requesting review and approval of resolution 18-49, disposition of obsolete, worn out, or unusable tangible personal property. These are the next 3 resolutions are part of the compliance for the housing.
Okay.
And we have Ms. Vega.
Ms. Vega, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Hitting the gym lately? Are you going to the gym?
She's ready for the pillow.
This year already went and took her nap.
Go ahead, Ms. Vega.
The Finance Department is requesting approval or disapproval of the Resolution 1849 to adopt NMSA 1978, Section 13-6-1, the State of New Mexico's disposition of obsolete, worn out, or unusable tangible personal property.
Counselor Casey.
Thank you. I'm not going to take any more notes on everything from now on. It's like, okay. Since this is state statute, okay, is there a definition for what tangible personal property is?
Is that under the Internal Revenue Code or is that under state statute?
It's state statute.
It's state statute.
It's, the attached sheets show, let's see, number 1 of a current resale value of $5,000 or less, and worn out, unusable, or obsolete to the extent that the item is no longer economical or safe for continued use by the body.
Okay, so that's what you're using as a definition for tangible personal property?
Tangible property would be movable.
Exactly. Versus intangible, which is a product.
Okay, and I thought that using state statute as a policy was something that was not acceptable. So why do we have this?
It is acceptable. We are allowed to use the state policies.
Yeah, I know, but it's not acceptable to HUD. This is for HUD.
It hadn't
correct?
been adopted.
It wasn't adopted by resolution.
But if we adopt it by resolution, then it's acceptable, because
Exactly.
the mayor and council have adopted to follow the guidelines in this statute.
Okay, and so if we're dealing with tangible personal property, how does that compare to fixed assets?
It would also apply to fixed assets. Currently, the city capitalizes anything that's $1,000 and over.
Okay, wasn't that a finding or something?
It was the finding, right?
So is this going to fix that finding?
This is for the disposition of any assets that we determine that are obsolete, worn out, or unusable. We also have this evening requesting approval of, which one is it? The accounting, 1848, and that covers the internal control policies and procedures, which will cover capital assets.
Okay.
The resolution says we adopt it.
The actual
Yeah.
policy. We can't get a violation. Okay. Any other questions?
I got-
Counselor Romero.
Okay, I was just going over the finding that, that we were received. And I guess my question to this is, the state statute, how does this statute affect federal funds? Because it doesn't explain anything as far as federal funds, especially those that were purchased with federal money. Because right now, in reading this, it basically only pertains to state.
It only pertains to state. We're adopting the state statute. However, our grants agreements outline the process for the fixed assets. In disposition of a fixed asset acquired with federal funding, you have to, this city would have to obtain permission from the federal agency that provided that funding for disposal.
Okay, but in my conversation with them when I did my interview here in town, was that policy had to specify federal funds, if I remember my interaction with the interview. And basically on this, it's back to just the state statute, so I don't know if it's gonna be suffice enough. In my opinion, I don't see that it's gonna clarify.
I don't think it's sufficient.
We also have the Housing Authority accounting policy. Are we making did we make reference to the HUD?
Fixed assets.
Fixed assets, this decision?
So, sorry if I may, Mayor, councilors, 2 CFR 200.307 and 2 CFR 313 and 24 CFR 903.7 are the CFRs that are the Code of Federal Regulations that cover the disposition of assets. I think if we change our verbiage to maybe add those to the resolution maybe and adopt them both when we're dealing with federal funds, I don't know, sorry, I shouldn't make that suggestion. I'm sorry.
That's a question because, and I think for legal, because if, first of all, we've adopted policies through housing, that is the CFR regulations, the Code of Regulations, but then we have finding that states that the city has to adopt, and that's my understanding, right? An actual interdepartmental policy that pretty much handles things at this level versus just the housing. So essentially, CFR has already been adopted through housing, because that's the only way we could have operated.
Right.
And we have been operating under CFR and adhering to CFR, but all they had asked of us, and this is my understanding, is that we adopt a policy within the city that will cover the actual disposition of property. And that's my understanding of everything that's happened with housing.
And if we would adopt the CFRs, in referencing the CFRs, it wouldn't cover other federal programs.
Exactly.
And that's why we really need to leave it as a state statute, because every federal program has different regulations. Housing has their regulations, as well as the juvenile justice grants.
Exactly.
The different.
And those fall under different CFRs.
So what we normally do is if we do a sale of obsolete property, we get permission prior to the sale of that property. We will get permission from the funding agency in order to sell it, because we won't sell it before that. It's like transportation is the same way. We don't sell the vans unless we have that very specific permission from the grant.
Now, this is also going to tie into the OMB circular, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Consistent with that. So
Yes.
once you've adopted the actual CFR, then we're good to go with OMB circular. We're good to move forward, and the only thing that's left is an actual adoption of the state statute.
And I think what we need to do, what we want to do is show that we're adopting the policies, complying with their requests.
Exactly.
And then I am thinking that we submit these policies, get the feedback from them, and then we may have to come back one more time to, which may or may not happen, but we may have to come back and submit an amendment to it if in fact we need to we need to include other
It's already
additional
operating
language.
under the CFR.
But we're already,
And I think that what they were asking, this is what I recall, is that we adopt an interdepartmental policy at our level that will handle the disposition at our level, at the state level. That was my understanding.
And coming from the finding specifically, it says, it says the city of Las Vegas disposition policy and procedures are not detailed enough to properly dispose of assets. Although the board may have approved a policy stating they may dispose of assets, there is no detail on how to dispose other than the policy stating approved to disapprove assets. And this is where I combine, what says here, where it says there is no detail. And in sitting, in the interview with HUD, you were specifically talking about HUD issues. So I read that as detail from HUD.
But see, we do have the detail from HUD, that's the CFR. So what my understanding is that our level with the state, once we operate aside from the CFR, at that public housing level and HUD level, that we needed to adopt a policy at this level that would dispose of those assets. And although it will be tied into the CFR, that's not a problem, okay? But this did detail. If you looked at the actual statute, it detailed exactly how we're going to dispose of that property. That's consistent with state statute. Now, I don't believe.
And to me, not detail housing,
you know, not to include the housing language, is that what you're saying?
That's what. Okay, I'll go with you guys.
But that's what they were asking for.
Could we not just have a reference to the CFR?
What we could do, not the CFR, but also, but possibly the federal, we could add language of any and all federal, federal.
Add it to the resolution.
Is that okay?
That's a start, at least. It's more specific to the federal.
If we reference that, that'll cover us.
I think if we reference and we detail some language stating that we will comply with all federal regulations to the resolution, because there's going to be a lot of different federal regulations that are going to come into play. Yeah. Other grants. So we wouldn't want to be specific to housing, but we would do the federal if we may.
Okay, so do we all want to give direction to the staff that we actually reference and tie and change the actual resolution to include the CFR?
Yes.
And those CFRs you'll get from working with
it's
housing?
to include any and all federal requirements as being necessary by the individual program. Because we don't want to do the CFR only. We want to be able to comply with all of the federal programs. Am I correct?
Just for this position.
Yeah.
Can I recommend, Mayor and Council, that we include the language and any applicable federal law?
In any applicable.
In any applicable
federal law.
Yes, ma'am. That's
good.
Federal law and regulation.
Oh, that's consistent.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will make an amendment to the actual resolution, and that amendment will be noted. And where are we going to add it? The fourth whereas?
Yes.
Okay.
We will add it to
Please work with our city attorney to make sure we have the exact language.
Thank you.
And then we'll bring it back for signature. I will review it, and once I review it, I want it sent to the council to make certain that it's consistent with. Okay?
Absolutely.
Fair enough? We've done that before. Okay, so what's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Mayor? Go ahead.
I would like to see it before we vote on it.
Okay, not a problem. That's a good idea. We can go ahead and table it. How's that? Fair enough? Okay, let's table it. I need a motion to table.
Madam Mayor, move that we table item 7, the resolution 18-49, disposition of obsolete, worn out, or unusable tangible personal property, so that we can get the language fixed on the resolution.
Second. 2 seconds. Roll call.
Counselor Ulibarri Jr.?
Yes.
Counselor Howell?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Romero? A motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Howell. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Item number 8, approval, disapproval of resolution 18-48, City of Las Vegas internal control policy. Mayor Connor Davis.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Finance Department would like to request approval of Resolution 1848 to adopt our internal controls policy, which covers internal control policies and procedures.
Questions, comments? Counselor Casey.
I just have one. On page 20, there's a reference to investment policy, dash 10-004.
Yes.
But it doesn't say where you can find that policy. So if you're going to reference something, you need to at least give people a hint as to where they can find that.
It's
But it says you
resolution.
can find it in resolution number 1004?
1004, and it's available at the city clerk's
Correct.
office.
Okay, so maybe that would.
Okay.
To
You know,
include
saying,
that.
you know.
Within-
and which can be obtained from the city clerk or something, just that little piece so that, you know, somebody that looks at it that isn't familiar with, you know, who keeps what resolutions where.
Right, Cassandra keeps all the resolutions and all the ordinances.
That way
We can add that language.
Okay, thank
Gotcha.
you.
Any other questions?
That's all.
Thank you. Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Mayor, I move approval of Resolution 18-48, City of Las Vegas Internal Control Policy with the added language on page 20.
Okay, so have a second.
Second.
Roll call.
Counselor Howell?
Yes.
Counselor Romero?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Ulibarri Jr.?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Ulibarri Jr. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Okay, continue.
Item number 9, approval, disapproval of Resolution 18-47, City of Las Vegas Housing Authority Accounting Policy. I'm going to turn it over.
Okay, Ms. Vega.
Natasha.
And Natasha, yeah. This was a dual team effort by the Finance Department as well as the Housing Department.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And we, Finance Department, along with the Housing Authority, is requesting approval from the governing body to approve the Housing Authority accounting policy.
Questions, comments? Counselor Casey. And I see your notes there, so go for it.
Okay, my eyes are getting crossed. On page 5, number 2, I already fixed that, never mind. Erase. No questions.
I read all of this in detail, so I made a lot of changes too. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, I'm done.
Okay, good. Next, any other questions?
Thank you.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Is this our policy or is it the state statute?
This is our policy.
Our policy. So, yeah. Okay.
So we hope HUD will.
Good job.
Will approve.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Done in detail. It's a great job. Great job. You guys did an awesome job. Good job, Tana.
Thank you.
Thank
All of
you.
you. Thank you. Every one of you. Good job. Okay, what's the pleasure of the
I'd
board?
like to make a motion.
Please do. Counselor Howell.
To approve Resolution 18-47, City of Las Vegas Housing Authority Accounting Policy.
Just a second.
Second.
Second. Good. Roll call. Let's go.
Counselor Romero?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Howell?
Yes.
Counselor Ulibarri Jr.?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Howell, a second by Counselor Ulibarri Jr. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Counselor's reports. I'm going to start with Counselor Ulibarri.
I just want to thank all the city staff for all the hard work that they do for us. And Marie, all our directors. Thank you. Yeah, we go out and have a lot of turkey.
Okay, thank you very much. Counselor Casey.
I would like to know the status of the Garfield Street issue.
If I may, Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'll turn that over to City Attorney.
Mayor, Council, I requested information from Community Development regarding Garfield Street. Back in 1991, there was an ordinance that was brought to City Council vacating Garfield Street from, I believe, Railroad up until the tracks. There was also paperwork filed with the clerk's the county clerk indicating that it was vacated. And that was filed in 1992, a few months later. So that portion has been vacated. At the time the ordinance was heard by the council, city employees said that it was costly to maintain that portion and the pavement, the curbing. So that little strip of property was vacated. And it's my understanding that recently there's been a question as to whether that should be reversed. I intend to have a meeting. I was hoping that Mr. Baca, I believe is his name, would be here so we could set up a meeting. I'm not sure if he's actually a property owner on that property or not, to meet and see what his reasoning is. And that's where we're at.
Okay, thank you very much. The only other thing I have is we have wonderful, awesome employees in our city. And every department, I see them out working, streets, you name it, utilities. I called utilities and they were at the house. They were wonderful, professional, friendly, helpful. I just can't think of enough adjectives to describe them all. They were just awesome. Anytime that I have had any kind of encounter with a city employee, I am proud to know that they work for our city and that they do such a wonderful job. And that includes people here at City Hall, all our departments. I think everybody does outstanding work. And I want to thank them now that it's Thanksgiving time. I want to make sure that everybody is thanked. And I wish everybody a wonderful, blessed, happy Thanksgiving with their families and friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Romero.
I just, I'll add to what Councilor Casey said, thank the staff. I just want you guys to know sometimes I'm asking questions here and, please, understand, I'm a voice for the people and one thing I will do if they ask me questions, I ask them here, so do not take it personal. As time grows, goes on, you will see that I'm just, doing what they ask me to do and asking the questions and sometimes they're tough questions and, I will get in a better habit of, coming to you guys prior and maybe, making you guys aware of some of the questions that I'm asking, but, I'm growing into this position and learning a lot and thank you guys and thank you for everything that you do. It's, don't take it personal on my questions. I know Tana Vega, with the budget and that, just different, from my prior position till now, there's a lot to learn, so I'm going to ask those questions and I will continue to do that. One thing, I don't mean to be negative, but, a couple of things that happened, the water leak, if there's some type of emergency, if you could let us know, because actually I was in Washington DC and I was receiving calls, back there as to what was happening and, even if it was just a quick text message to say, this is happening, we're on it, that way I could respond because, I had to, find out on my own, just a heads up so that we, we're not, caught by surprise.
Absolutely.
Thank you, and thank you again.
Thank you very much. Councilor Howell.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things. I was driving down on Douglas after the snow, and my car was, swerving because the road still had a lot of snow, ice on it. Is there any way that we could, because I guess the south end of Douglas, where right out where Charlie's Spick and Span is got a lot of shade, so the snow doesn't melt. So I don't know who does the snow removal on that area. Do we do it or is it the state?
We'll let Christy. We'll let Christy.
We do all the snow removal, and when we do salting and cinders, we have to have temperature is breaking out.
Exactly.
So the colder it gets, the more to go on. And help with the little protection. All protection, protection outside.
So do we blade the road?
We blade it. We try to pick up as much as we can.
Yeah, because that shaded area just
Just
retains
doesn't,
the
yes.
ice, and that's
does.
pretty scary when driving down there. So if you can, get it more blading, I guess, or early blading, because there's a lot of cars that park there too, so it's kind of difficult.
Also, you had talked about a pothole, and I did refer it over to Christie on is it Douglas?
Yes, that's
Near
my
the-
next.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
well, I'll let Christie address
I wanted to
that.
thank you, you guys fixed that pothole, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, I always feel that nothing comes about new to us unless we learn to appreciate things. And I really appreciate our staff, our administration. I think we've had some struggles, but I appreciate everything that we can come about and how you guys pull as a team to correct things. So kudos to everybody here. And Maria, example, you and your team just pulled together and took care of the leak that we had. So let's appreciate what we have. So a lot of new things can come to us.
That's right.
Okay. And happy Thanksgiving to you.
Now it's my turn. Yes, we all have to be very thankful for everything that we have, primarily our health, our family. Some of us are struggling with depression, some of us are not happy, some of us are just having really tough times during the holiday season. We miss our loved ones that have passed or maybe are not here with us. So let's be thankful for having them when we do have them. Let's enjoy and love each one of them. And also, I do want to thank the staff. You are an incredible group of individuals who are always stepping up to the plate. You support each other. That's remarkable. Continue to do that. Not always are we going to agree on every single decision that's out there, or maybe working with one department to the other. But the bottom line is work together. You have been, make things work. We have incredible leadership. Anne-Marie, I want to thank you for being compassionate to the staff. You're very good. Now we have an attorney. Thank you very much. Pam, I want to thank you for always stepping it up. And I know that if we call upon you, you're going to be there. And we're thankful to you for all that. It takes a lot out of each and every one of us. Maria, you did an outstanding job. And thank you for taking the helm and addressing the situation the way you did. It was very tough, but you made things happen. And we're grateful. And again, I want to wish each and every one of you a happy Thanksgiving, a healthy Thanksgiving, and a safe Thanksgiving. And love your families. It's important. Thank you very much.
They're incredible, Mayor. I can't say enough. Department directors and managers come together every time we need them, and we couldn't ask for a better team. You have an incredible team here. I mean, when they come in on, we had a full team on Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday, and that's the kind of staff we have here. And they're ready to pull together, so I thank you as well. And thank you for having us.
Absolutely. Now, do we have need for executive session? I believe we do, correct?
You would you?
Motion? Second.
For executive?
Yeah. I seconded it.
Counselor Merrill?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Howell?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari Jr.? I have a motion by Counselor Howell, a second by Counselor Casey. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Motion.
Thank you very much.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Happy Thanksgiving.